I think we're going to be able to welcome the first band of the day now, who are, in my wonderful programme available in the foyer, the University of Sheffield. And I did get some interesting facts, but I was told that I wouldn't have to speak about much during the first band, so I've left them backstage. So I may have to bring those out later. But I'm sure Sheffield has got some really interesting facts. They were formed 18 months ago. They entered the competition last year, and in their first year, they already achieved 6th place. They've been working with Unite the Union Band recently, who are based in Sheffield, and hope to do some joint concerts with them in the future. The band isn't a registered society, so it is self-funded, and the band have a really hard-working committee who make all of this happen. That is what it says in the programme. I will be telling you some of the things in the programme, but the things that you want to buy the programme for are the wonderful colour adverts, pictures, and all of the extra information available there. Not only can you collect a programme from the foyer, you can order UniBrass merchandise. Who would think that you now have a range, an actual range of t-shirts, all with different UniBrass logos on them. You can buy pens, I think you can buy some key rings, I could see some other things. They may have been stickers, I'm not sure. I only glanced at the stall. Please go into the foyer and have a look. We also have some wonderful trade stalls today. We've got some demonstrations happening of instruments. Not only that, in the foyer, we have some other non-brass groups performing. Oh yes, audience participation already, first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock. And you can tell that there aren't any students in the audience at the moment. I can't see anybody who looks like they're under the... Oh wait, no, there's... Put your hand up if you're a student. Well done, 6 students have got out of bed for UniBrass. Aside from these guys who's probably been up since about 5 in the morning. Hopefully at some point the band's going to be ready and be on stage. Don't worry, I'm not going to have to do this for every band as well. We'll have some really entertaining footage going through the live stream courtesy of LA1 TV. They're going to be providing a running commentary, match of the day style, with expert punditry from Gary Lineker, i.e. Chris Osborne, who'll be running that, and I'm sure he'll be grabbing hold of a few people to get their thoughts and opinions and coming out with 1 or 2 controversial views about whose performance they liked or didn't. Am I going to get a thumbs up for being ready yet, or am I going to have to grab someone from the band to tell their interesting facts, because I'm running out of stuff now. Oh, someone from the audience is going to come out on stage and tell some jokes, I think. Either that or they were yawning. I don't know which one it was. So, as the band get into position, straightening up those chairs, you want them in the right position to get the best sound quality. No, so I'm going to have to read something else out from the programme. What else is going on at UniBrass? There must be loads of things. I could read the welcome speech, but that's a bit too long. I think Alex has gone on a little bit too long in that. So we'll skip that bit. We'll go on to the wonderful prizes available today. This is what the adjudicators will be looking out for. There is a prize for the best solo and feature, a prize for the best march, the most entertaining band, the most improved band, the best student conductor, and the best percussion section. Lots and lots of prizes on offer. And I think, oh no, the door's now closed itself, so I have no idea when the band's going to come on stage. It's opening, there's a tentative hand, and they've closed it again. I've scared them off. If I go off stage now, then I think they'll come on. But I'm not going to take the risk. So, what else is in the programme? These are wonderful programmes, by the way, colour and everything. Only £2 a bargain. Oh, that's a good bit as well. Yeah, that's really good. You can find all about the adjudicators in here as well. Ooh, you want to read this bit? Yeah. Does somebody over on the other side of the stage want to open the door, and then he can give me some sort of like minute cue on how long I need to ramble for? I know you can hear me backstage. Either that or someone from the other side bring me my fact sheet. so that I can do some of the interesting facts about Sheffield. Are you ready? Ready? That's an interesting eyebrow face. What does that mean? There is action. Oh, there's loads of people coming in as well. Are you the Sheffield Supporters Club? No? Well, you are for today. You need to cheer really loudly when they're about to come on stage. Oh, that's the best thing that has happened to me all morning. I've got a thumbs up from a percussionist. Okay, without further ado, starting only 8 minutes behind schedule, which is the best excuse ever because the Thunder Shield fell down the back of the stage. That's why we're 8 minutes behind schedule. I bet they've never said that at the Nationals. Please welcome Sheffield University.
In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks, still bravely singing, fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies blow in Flanders fields.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's a bit more lively than that. Okay, we are the University of Sheffield Brass Band. We opened up with All Night Long, classic Lee Baker arrangement of Lionel Richie's classic. We then moved into Gavin Somerset's In Flanders Fields, poem read out by Mike Thackeray on sop, and the cornet solo coming in from James Booth. We're going to introduce our soloist now. He's chosen this himself, our solo euphonium player. It's Val Flicken's Dance. So to play Val Flicken's Dance, I'd like to introduce Dan Morgan on euphonium. One more time for Dan Morgan. I just wish you'd pick a slower one next time so my arm don't drop off. Anyway, we're going to move on to the march item now. It's my favourite all-time march, okay, it's proper British. Kenneth J. Alford, and this is On the Quarterdeck. Okay, we move on to our final item. We've really enjoyed playing for you today. We'd like to thank the organisers. They always do a great job at this competition. We look forward to coming again next year. But we're going to finish with a fantastic Goff Richards arrangement of an American trilogy.
Hello and welcome to LA1 TV's stream of UniBrass 2015. I'm joined by Mark, one of last year's pundits, and Sheffield University, the first band of the day, have just finished playing.
Yep.
Did you get to hear much of their performance?
Not much, but from what I've heard, it sounded like they were playing quite nicely. Didn't sound too bad at all.
They opened with All Night Long, which
Yeah.
I saw that in the auditorium. It looked like a great performance. That's an interesting one because it's being played again later in the day by
Really?
York as a finisher rather than an
okay.
opener, which is an interesting choice. I think I've seen it used more as a finisher than an opener, but it seemed to work for them. The other one that's an interesting choice, they finished with An American Trilogy.
Yeah.
Now, Lancaster did think of using this as a finisher to start with, but decided against it because it's a little bit overplayed. It's a very good piece, it's a great finisher,
Yeah.
but do you think it works against bands if they play something that's very popular and has been heard a lot before?
I think it works against them if they don't play it particularly well. I think if you're playing something that is well known, you have to play it brilliantly because everybody knows all the wrong notes, all of the slight things, and they might be a little bit bored of it as well. But if you play it well, then it works for you. People know what it sounds like, they may love it. I mean, there's, I think, Gale Force later on in the repertoire, and that's really well known as well. But if you play it well, it comes off quite nicely.
I think Gale Force is. I think it's probably been played at every single UniBrass contest.
Probably.
I've certainly seen it a few times when we used to be hosted at Lancaster.
Yeah.
Peter Graham's work in general seems to be very, very popular, and this year is no exception. Really,
it's the same with Lovat Cooper, I think, as well.
Yes.
I mean, loads of the bands this year are playing him. Loads of the bands last year played him. I think with some composers, they just write music that, at the moment, it sounds exciting and people love playing it and sometimes love listening to it as well.
Yeah, as you say, Paul Lovat Cooper, Peter Graham do seem to be the two composers whose work is most prominent. I know there's been some bands, again Lancaster we did a programme that only had one piece not by Peter Graham in it a couple of years ago. But for instance, later on Birmingham are doing Where Eagles Sing by Paul Lovat Cooper, which should be good.
That will be
very
brilliant.
difficult.
It is. If they can't play it well, especially euphonium parts, if I remember correctly, loads of very quick notes. If they can't play it well, it may be a bit awkward, but if they can pull it off, it'll be a blinding performance.
Yeah, it's a standard Paul Lovat Cooper, an awful lot of notes on a page.
Yes.
And if it gets away from itself, it will give them a big headache trying to get it back together, but it could be a brilliant.
The other problem with loads of notes is that people can get too focused on the technical side of it, of just playing the notes, and then they lose, especially when the bit that I'm talking about, you've got the euphoniums going, diggly, but the tune is elsewhere. And if you focus too much on the technical bit, you lose the melody and the lines of the melody.
Yep. Looking through the programmes for today, there's a few interesting choices as well. University of Bristol brass band have Force of Destiny.
Yes.
Frank Wright arrangement of the Verdi test piece.
Yeah.
Now, that's an interesting choice. There have been, throughout the last 5 years, bands who have done test pieces at UniBrass, and some of them have done very well, but the ones that have tend to be the bands like Brass United the first couple of times when they won it, and Huddersfield, who, to be honest, they would probably do pretty well whatever they played.
Like what Warwick essentially did about as most standard a set as you could last year. They played a march, a solo, and a test piece. And they did, I think they came fourth or something. So it can work, but the test piece has to be good. If the test piece is interesting in its own right, then you're okay. If you just rely on the test piece, then I think Birmingham tried the test piece last year and it didn't work for them because it wasn't as interesting a piece as some of the other ones. And yeah, you have to be very careful. I mean, test pieces are generally sort of 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long. If it doesn't work quite well, you've just wasted 3/4 of your time.
Yeah, as an entertainment contest, the aim of UniBrass is to sort of move away from just test pieces. But do you think they fit in well in the middle? Force of Destiny is a good example. It's only about 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
So it's not most of their programme. And it could work well. The rest of their they're finishing with what everyone else seems to be doing. Paul Lovat Cooper, they're finishing with Horizons. So that's an interesting mix, and that should be one to really look out for. If we look again at another one, we've got University of Manchester on later, and they've got Drums of Thunder, another Peter Graham piece to look at. So they seem as popular as ever, those. We have actually also been given a set of interesting facts about each band.
Yes.
So we've got four interesting facts about Sheffield. We've got Sheffield is home to the tallest university building in the country, the Arts Tower, which was opened in 1966, is over 78 metres tall.
That's
Not entirely sure how it's related to brass banding.
yeah. Well,
I hope a tuba player doesn't have to go up to the top floor with
Yeah.
his instrument too often. The band's MD is very new to conducting, with this being his first concert wielding the baton. He hopes his brass band experience will drive the band. The band got through it, and it seemed to go pretty well for me. And the band have a very small number of actual music stands within the music students within the ensemble, making life difficult when wanting to get instruments out of the locked music department after 6 p.m. That's a point we'll probably touch on later, is how many of the players we're seeing today are studying music. But it looks like the next band is just about ready to take to the stage.
Excellent.
So hopefully we'll be seeing Keele University, conducted by a Nigel Buckler, taking to the stage.
excellent.
Dual honour degrees. For example, the band chair studies physical geography and music with Chinese Mandarin modules. For all you people who do not know this, where Keele is, it is in a hill surrounded by farmland, roughly between Manchester and Birmingham, which is quite a large region. So hopefully they'll have a lot of support, because there'll be a lot of people who live within those two places. And they also offer the opportunity for new students to start learning brass instruments with the band. Now I'm going to look over and see if there's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. There's a nod. What does the nod mean? Thumbs up. There we go. So, without further ado, still a little bit behind schedule. Keele University Brass Band.
Welcome to our programme from Kiel Brass Band. Back for the 5th year on the UniBrass stage we stand. This is our programme for 2015, and this year we celebrate with ice as our theme. We started with Mammoths from Ice Age 2, a brass band arrangement of a piece brand new. We then said hello to Torvill and Dean, Ravel's Bolero in the ice skating scene. From the Red Hot Chili Peppers is our next song. It's one of our favourites, so sing along. Although not conventional, without a guitar, Snow Hey Ho is the next piece we start. Thank you. The next piece was written for today. Our composer, Jacob Ashworth, the tuba he plays. It features our dedicated cornet front row, dressed up as penguins, playing in the snow. Cade, our principal, sits on the end, with Ollie, Simon, and James, his friends. We hope you enjoy this Charleston bop, and give to you the Penguin Hop. Well done to our soloists and composer too, though sadly now we bid you adieu. We'll be back next year, hopefully in the snow. Our concluding piece is Let It Go.
Welcome back. We're joined by James and Lewis from Sheffield's band. Congratulations on your performance, guys. How do you think it went?
Well, I'm really impressed by the band playing quite hard, really good sound, and took everything I needed with us.
And you?
Yes, it's like it all comes together on the day really. It takes that little bit of extra on stage adrenaline to really just push for that. Those final few things that you really want to work on in rehearsal and come out shiny on stage. So yeah, it's worked out very well.
Now, you guys were playing from the dreaded number 1 draw. How do you think, did that have any effect on your performance?
No, I think the early morning we were up at 6, and the camp set off at 6 o'clock in Sheffield. But I think if we did the work in the rehearsal room, so no matter what time of day we play, we put performance out there. So that didn't really affect us, but
So you had a variety of pieces in your programme. Was there any particular favourites for either of you?
I picked up the programme, so I'm a big fan of what we do. I particularly
Do you want to run us through why you picked each particular piece?
All Night Long is possibly one of my all-time favourite pieces. I used to play in my band live at Colliery. And it's just something I was going to wake up the audience, wake up the adjudicators.
It's a big first chord.
Arms and that first chord. So it gets everyone moving, it gets everyone lively. Moved into Flanders Fields, Gavin Somerset, it's a great arrangement, and it just depicts those that fell in the war.
Yeah, especially poignant and shit because of the centenary. So.
Sorry, I think we're having problems with your microphone. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. There was a brassing concert in November, I think it was a band who did, yes. And that went down very well. My band here, Lancaster, we tried it last year and we didn't really explain it very well, and predictably not very well. But it's nice to see that bands are reflecting on that theme. It still seems to be fairly popular. So you mentioned All Night Long as one of your favourite songs, and you chose to open it. It's interesting because York later on in the day are going to finish it. So why did you choose to open with that?
Well, I suppose it's effective as either, isn't it? Really, because I mean, it's you don't want to finish on something thinking where you've sent the judge to sleep. You want something that has kept them awake throughout the piece, and it's. So it's just something that you can either use to wake up the audience, or you can just send them off with a bang. And obviously there's the skill aspect as well. There are very technical parts in it, especially for the solo lines. And I just think for us it was a very good way to demonstrate our skill first thing in the morning. So yeah.
Make sure there's nobody still asleep in the hall.
I think American Trilogy works better as a finish. I think the finishing should just start slow, build up momentum to the final. Obviously, American Trilogy is fantastic.
It's a very good piece, very well known. It is maybe a little overplayed.
Yeah.
So, do you think playing a piece that everyone in there is going to know by note plays to your advantage or not?
Well, I don't think you'll ever find anyone who doesn't like a piece by Goff Richards. He's a fantastic composer. Maybe a tad overplayed, but it is a brilliant piece, and it's something that we use to demonstrate our strengths again. It's like we've got a strong, as a member of the bass section, I like to say that we've got quite a good, strong bass section. It's something that we can use to demonstrate that. A bit of nepotism, but yeah.
Now you're a very young band. You've only been going 18 months, and you entered UniBrass for the first time last year. How did you find that experience for the band?
I personally wasn't there, so
Well, I suppose it did feel like being in deep water, because it's like you're up against bands like Huddersfield, who've got like a very renowned reputation for being a fantastic brass band, as well as Manchester. I mean, like I know some players who I know are absolutely phenomenal players. Like I know, say Iliam Quain, he's principal cornet of National Youth Brass Band. He's principal cornet of University of Manchester Brass Band. So you're up against harsh competition, but.
Those bands you mentioned, they are heavily music department-based students, and you're not. You have, I believe, a few players. How does that affect the band? Having a few music students, but not very many.
The only thing it affects is getting into the music department, because we struggle with card keys and stuff like that. But we have got a strong set of players around the stand. So we're a Yorkshire-based university. People come from all over. So we've got a lot of good brass band experience guys in
Now, there are a whole load of bands from across the country performing today. Have you got any particular rivals or anyone you'd really like to beat?
I think Lewis does.
Personally, I'd like to beat Nottingham because I've got a lot of friends from brass bands who are playing in Nottingham who are against the band today. I know it's their first time as well. So I've seen how I've been talking to all their people and seen how they developed, and I've been talking, giving a bit of banter about who's going to beat each other. But I think it's all fair play, and I hope they do well.
Yeah,
And yourself?
I wouldn't say I've got any like rivalries. I mean, like the bands like Manchester, Huddersfield, it would be fantastic to put in a good punch against them. But I would be happy personally with anything above 6th position, as long as we've shown that we've improved since last year. I mean, 6th place last year was such a massive achievement because like we've been together 6 months. Greg Waters, our conductor, was meant to be here today, sadly playing on solo cornet, but he was stuck in traffic, sadly.
Well, coming 6th is actually going to be more difficult this year, isn't it? Because there are 3 more bands in it. So do you think that, without seeing any of the other performances, I know it's going to be really difficult, but do you think you've put in as good a performance as you did last year?
Because I know mistakes that we made on stage last year. Like we did, I can't remember what it was called now, but very basically the percussion and the conductor got very much out of time with each other, and it kind of fell apart a little bit. Whereas on stage today, everything's been a lot tighter. It's felt a lot more secure. It's felt a lot more in tune, especially. And I just think.
Sorry, we're going to have to cut you off. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your performance. And as we'll head back to the hall now, as Durham University have just taken to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're Durham University Brass Band, sponsored by PwC. We started there with the march, we started there before I entered, with a brilliant piece arranged by our principal cornet player, Matthew Ruddock, called Come Follow the Band. And then we played a Carl King march, Barnum and Bailey's favourite. We're now going to play a song that you all know. It's by Stephen Sondheim. It's called Send in the Clowns. And we're going to introduce our cornet soloist, Natalie Morrison, to play it. Natalie Morrison. We're now going to play a piece that was specially arranged for us. You've all heard of J.A. Greenwood's The Acrobat. Well, how about The Acrobats? This is a piece that was commissioned for us, by us, from Alan Fernie, who is our musical advisor. And he's written The Acrobats. I hope you enjoy it. During the Joseon dynasty, one of the most prosperous periods in Korean history, the Namsadang was established. A traveling circus of acrobats, musicians, dancers, and actors, entertaining the rural farmers up and down Korea. The tradition still thrives today. The tradition known as Namsadang!
I'm now joined by Nigel and Claire from Kiel Brass Band. How did you think it went on stage?
I think it went well.
Good. Did you enjoy it?
I really enjoyed it. I think the band started off a little bit nervously. Some of them were a little bit warm. But I think,
very
yeah.
warm on that stage.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get worse for the bands later on as we get more of an audience.
Well, yeah. I think the band last year played later and literally melted.
Do you think when you perform during the day has a big effect on the band? At least you nearly had, you were very near the beginning, but at least you went in the dreaded first place draw.
No, I think it was good. It wasn't overly warm, I don't think.
No, it was worse last year.
Yeah.
We
I
won.
think the band did okay.
Yeah.
How was the audience this year? Because if you the later on you played a bigger audience,
Yeah.
you get obviously. Does it make much of a difference when you're on the stage?
I think it makes more of a difference to like the atmosphere. But when it comes to like you're playing, like you're just so focused on the music and on the conductor, you don't really have a chance to look out. But you could hear all of our Kiel lot over on the side just screaming.
You brought some supporters.
We
with you
brought
too.
quite a few, yes. So, yeah.
Now you had a theme to your programme. Do you want to run us through how you chose that and how you fitted the pieces in?
So our theme was ice, and I don't really have thought through ideas. They literally just spring to me in the middle of the night, and I just go with them, which he's had to put up with. And so we had the Mammoth theme from Ice Age 2, and then Bolero with like Torval and Dean, and then Snow Hey Ho, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Penguin Hop. That was our student composition.
Oh right.
Yeah.
So is that a Kiel student?
Yeah. Well, he's an ex-student now, but he's still classed as a student in UniBrass. So yeah, he wrote that for us for the 4 penguins who were dressed up in penguin onesies.
I bet they were a little bit warm.
They were very warm, which is ironic, really, when our theme was ice. And then we had Let It Go from Frozen.
Were there any particular favourites of yours in those
I think
pieces?
the Penguin Hop went down well. With any new piece, I think the audience are always, if they don't know it, it can be sometimes difficult to connect with it. But I think it's just such a fun, enjoyable piece that they kind of hopefully felt that energy and just enjoyed it.
Have either of you two competed in UniBrass before? How many times?
This is my third
This
year.
is your third. Now,
Yeah.
Kiel have been quite a few times. to
Yeah,
UniBrass.
this is our 5th year,
Yeah,
same
you've
as
been in-
UniBrass. So we were actually born the same time as UniBrass.
So your band's been going.
Yeah,
the same amount.
we formed for the UniBrass competition 5 years
Have you
ago.
seen the band improve throughout its performances at the contest?
We've definitely seen, place-wise, no. But Kiel's, it's generally, we come here to have fun and introduce people. We have so many people on the stage who, to begin with, never picked up a brass instrument. And we have a lot of people from who've played like different instruments.
We have a lot of flute players in the band who have kind of been learning brass.
It's great to see
a
all these
short
people
number of
getting
years.
involved, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We'll now
thank
go
you for
back
having
to the
us.
hall where the University of York Brass Band are heading onto the stage.
Mr. Tom. Thank you. That was Horizons by Paul Lovett Cooper. Now we introduce our soloist for today, Patrick Bowler on euphonium, who'll be playing the solo Napoli. Please welcome Patrick Bowler. Thank you. We finish our programme today with All Night Long. Thank you very much.
I'm joined by Jack and Lewis from Durham University Brass Band. Congratulations on your performance. Were you happy with how the band played?
Oh yeah, very happy. I think we played well, and especially with the 5 o'clock start this morning at Durham. So yeah, we did well. I think.
Good job you weren't drawn any earlier.
Oh yeah, if we were drawn any earlier, I think we probably wouldn't have been able to play.
So you actually had a new commission in your programme, the Acrobat, arranged by Alan Fernie. How did you decide on doing a new piece for your programme?
Well, we thought, let's do a circus-themed programme, and of course the most iconic trombone solo and the most circusy thing for brass band is the Acrobat by Jay Greenwood, but that would have been really boring. And obviously we like to have a little bit of innovation, so we thought, why don't we rearrange it for the whole section? Jack's part of the section, and I'm not sure if it was the right choice to feature such a boisterous section, but we did, and Alan Fernie wrote it for us, and he's great. He came to do a masterclass with us on the piece, and yeah, it's great.
How long have you had that piece to practice then?
Well, Alan Fernie finished it in around December time, and we've been rehearsing it since we came back from the Christmas break in January.
It's been a really fun piece to play actually, with some little challenging pieces. It's nice to work as a section across all the 3 parts. It really made us into a close-knit community in the band. Both with the masterclass with Alan Fernie, we also had an hour's lesson with Brett Baker, which was a really nice way of sort of getting to grips with the piece.
Now, there's you've mentioned the circus theme and how. Do you want to tell us how you fitted the rest of your programme into that theme and why you chose the rest of the pieces?
Well, we started with Come Follow the Band, which is from the musical Barnum, and that's it. Obviously it's a band piece, but we did a new arrangement of it by our principal cornet player Matthew Ruddock. And then Barnum and Bailey's favourite, which is a classic march, circus march. And then of course the Acrobat. So then it was about picking another 2 pieces that would fit in that. So we decided on Sending the Clowns. It's not necessarily about clowns, but it's in the title.
Yeah.
And then we thought we're doing quite an American circus theme, so why don't we throw a curveball in and do some Korean circus music? So that's what we ended the programme with.
Now you said you enjoyed playing the Acrobats. Was there any other pieces that the band particularly enjoyed playing?
I feel the band really enjoyed the soundscape at the beginning of Amsterdam, the Korean piece, just because it's so different from anything else in the brass banding sort of repertoire. It just gives them a whole different sort of playing atmosphere. And I think they quite enjoyed the sort of the pure loud fun of Come Follow the Band and the sort of the jolly feel and standing up and sitting down.
Wake up the audience and make sure they're all paying attention. Now, have you got any bands you'd particularly like to beat or any rivals here today?
Oh, I don't. I don't think any of us do. I think what we want to do is go out there, have fun, clown around a bit, and just show people what we're about, you know, and whatever happens, happens. We've had fun, and yeah, that's all we need to do.
Just put on the best performance
exactly.
you can.
We'll think about what's happening in our band room, and everyone else can think about what's happening in theirs, and that's the best way to do it.
And just enjoy the day.
Yeah.
So, your band, is this the first or second time you've been involved? Third time you've been involved in UniBrass. Has it changed your band being in this competition at all?
Yes, I think so. I think when we first came to UniBrass, we were a smaller band. I think we've grown since in pure numbers, and I think our outlook on what's available to us to do through the year, it's become an anchor point of our calendar, has changed because of the competition.
So you now structure your year around coming to this competition? And
yes, yeah.
And has that had an effect on your other activities at Durham and what else the band does?
It hasn't prevented us doing anything. In fact, I think it's opened doors for us. We played in the Durham Cathedral last year for the first time ever in the history of the band, which was really exciting. We played the piece that won the Student Composition Award last year. We gave that its Northeastern premiere. And it's opportunities that had we not won the Composition Award, we probably wouldn't have been able to take it to the Cathedral. So it's opened doors for us rather than closed off opportunities.
It's great to see that UniBrass is helping bands across the country. What was your favourite bit of the performance today?
For me, it's the march. I think most people perform a march today, and of course, most bands will pick a British march, a steady, rumpy-tumpy sort of 6/8 march, you know. That we heard on the quarterdeck actually when we were getting ready to come on. Yeah. And this is just completely different. It's a circus screamer, you know, American, fast, up-tempo march, and I think it's just great fun to play something that's so idiomatic for a band, but so non-idiomatic for a British brass band. So great piece.
It's a great opportunity to pull festival marches and other marches that you can't necessarily play on a road march and things like that. To get them on the concert stage and to get them out in front of an audience, something like this, isn't it? And they tend to go down pretty well, and it'd be nice to see. I know there's at least one or two bands who are playing similar marches later on in the programme. It should be great to see those. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Are you going back into the auditorium now to have a listen, or to the bar first?
We might have a little bit of a kip, and then hopefully surface some point this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to go back to the auditorium, where it looks like Oxford University Brass Band are just about finished setting up and about to take to the stage.
Return to the programme to see what... Oh no. Oh, you've been saved. Breathe a sigh of relief. It is now time to welcome to the stage Oxford University.
supposed to use this or not. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here. I've never done this before, but so it's all very exciting. We're the Oxford University Brass Band, although actually it's Oxford University's Brass Band, because we've actually this year affiliated with Oxford Brookes University as well, and we've been really supported by those guys coming in and playing with us as well. Our next, that was Valero by James Swearingen. We're going to change the vibe slightly from kind of exotic Latin rhythms to exotic British silent film by moving now onto our solo item. It's going to feature our euphonium section, and they're going to be playing for us a Laurel and Hardy tribute called Another Fine Mess. They're great lads. One of them's from Oxford Brookes, one of them's from Oxford University. So we've got Jordan from Brookes, who's studying quantitative surveying, and Leo Gebby from Jesus College, Oxford, which is my college, who studies colouring in or something. I think they call it geography, but I'm not exactly sure what that is. So yeah, hope you enjoy it. Thanks very much. thank you very much. Definitely the playing is fine, although I guess we could get some suggestions. I'll get to work with that for the next time. Not exactly sure. We're now going to take our final geographical departure and head over to London via Cambridge and play for you a bit of a quieter, more relaxed piece, a bit more sophisticated. It's John Rutter's Gaelic Blessing, The Rainbow Bells. Thank you very much. So we're going to come to the last piece in our programme now. We're going to stick with the Celtic theme. It's been absolutely wonderful to come and play for you today. Thanks for coming out. Thanks to the band for their hard work. Not quite over yet, because we're now going to play Gale Force for you by Peter Graham.
I'm joined by Ryan and Barbara from University of York Brass Band. How do you think it went on there?
Good.
Enjoy it?
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
I particularly enjoyed the trumpets and the all night long there. Dancing was spectacular.
How long did it take to teach them the choreography for that? Were they?
I know
were they
just had
naturals?
it. They
The
just
trumpets just did it. They just did it in rehearsals, and earlier on Charlotte told me, Principal College, I'm just going to do it. Okay.
That's good. Yeah, I've heard bands who've done choreography who've had to actually get people who can dance in for weeks to teach some of their bands to do
yeah,
stuff.
I think it will look worse if you try and choreography. I think it just looks better if you're just having fun and being natural, having fun
Just
dancing.
do whatever they want.
Yeah. So you finished with All Night Long, which was used by Sheffield earlier as an opener. Do you think it will affect your result or how the audience saw your performance, having already heard the piece once today?
I think because we used it in a different place, it won't affect us. Just because opening a contest and finishing it is completely different things, and we've used it in that respect to finalise everything, to finish it off.
Could you just grab that? I think you're a little bit quiet.
So no, I don't think it'll affect us at all, really.
Yeah, I mean, last year we played Space Chords and Manchester played Space Chords too, but we did it differently, obviously, with the choreography. But in that respect, I don't think it really affected it then. So.
You also in your programme you had Horizons by Paul Cooper, that you opened with, which I believe there's another band who Bristol are finishing with that. So both the first and the last pieces in your programme have been chosen by other bands. There's a lot of Paul Lovett Cooper this year. Was there a particular reason why you chose it?
The first time I came across Paul Lovett Cooper was when I played Dark Side of the Moon. Section 3 test piece.
Yes.
So, and then I've heard
it's a bit different to Horizons.
Yeah, but and then I've heard a lot of, like, obviously Dyke play it and just hearing
It's been quite popular in the past few years. I think it's because he writes a lot of pieces that are entertaining, and I think also for the band, he doesn't necessarily, they'll be even on the second baritone parts or third cornets, they'll have interesting things, so he kind of makes it interesting for every player. It's not just the soloist do this kind of thing. So for the band, it's a good piece to play.
It's great to keep it enjoyable and make sure that people at rehearsals are still enjoying the programme after however many weeks of rehearsing it. Now, you guys did really well last year. You came third, but that wasn't the only prize you picked up. You also picked up the most entertaining programme prize as well. Congratulations on that. How do you think you're going to do in comparison this year? It's going to be more difficult. There are three more bands in this year.
I think there's more bands, especially there's a few bands who haven't been in the competition before, who I think should do well. Well, I haven't heard them, but there's more bands, so it's obviously going to be a lot more difficult. And from year to year, it just depends on what people play, who finds what entertaining on the day, I guess.
Is there anyone? Do you have any rivals you'd particularly like to beat? I know Lancaster would particularly like to beat you guys.
We used to be quite rivals with Lancaster a few years ago.
Yes.
We want to beat Oxford, but just because we know
a couple of people that used to play for us, so we just want to.
We'll beat them so we can tease them in the back. No, we won't. We're nice people.
Behind us, we can see here some footage of your programme, your euphonium soloist who did Napoli. How did you pick the soloist and what solo you were going to do in the programme?
Last term we had a few soloists, and I know the players individually, but it was just Patrick's sound and the solo itself just suited, and he came to me first and said, can I do a solo? And we tried a few out, and the one that came down was Patrick, just really by chance, really.
I think it's good to do sometimes do a solo who's not necessarily your solo instrument. Patrick's our second euphonium rather than our solo euphonium, so I think it's good that they both do solos to show that we have more than one good soloist.
It shows the depth of the band and also gives some of the other players a bit more of a chance to step up.
Yeah.
So, what did you really enjoy about your performance today?
I liked being back in the contest environment, because I haven't done brass band contests for quite a few years, and just being back on the stage under all that pressure, performing, working. It was nice to be back, but then also not have the pressure of progressing through the ranks and all the strict marking. It was just nice to be in a relaxed contesting environment sort of thing.
I quite like it after all the rehearsals and things like that, and you're kind of preparing yourself. It's quite nice to come on stage and when you play well, or we think you play well, and you enjoy yourself, and it kind of all comes together. It's like, yes, this is what we worked for, this is what we want to do, this is why we do banding, for performances, and hopefully the audience enjoyed it as well, so it's why you want to play to people.
Is there anyone you're particularly looking forward to seeing later today?
I haven't really heard much about what each band are doing, so I think it'd be quite interesting just to watch quite a few, because each band are good, and they all bring different things to it, so...
Well, thank you very much for joining us, both of you. We're going to go back to the hall in just a moment, where University of Huddersfield, who are looking to try and complete a hat-trick of winning UniBrass, having won the last 2 years, are just about to take to the stage.
They're in this tiny room, three metres square, there's about 50 kids in there. They're all really well behaved, they're all learning songs and poems and all sorts.
Now we have secured funding and support on a new plot of land right in the heart of the countryside, and their enthusiasm. Ronald, for example, he wanted to blow that trombone straight. It gave him this purpose. You could sense excitement. Wow, we're going to go out, we're going to play music, and we're going to really play as well as we possibly can.
Very wonderful to have you. First of all, you're a big person, jazz personality to come and play with artists without pressure. And then I've learned something from you whereby the technique of soloing very fast. So like it gave me morale so that I can try to my tongue.
I shouldn't play that many notes.
But it sounds wonderful. It sounds wonderful.
The plan at the end of the week is to perform right on the site of the brand new Murray Foundation soon to be erected and introduce that foundation and our musicians to the community
I mean, the thinking behind Brass for Africa, of course, is, think of the trumpet, it heralds and says, here we are, and that's what we were doing that day. This great concerts for a really important issue, building the Mummy Foundation.
Brass for Africa there, and I'll be giving you a few details of how you can donate and support them following the next band, which is ready now, and it is Huddersfield University.
We are the Huddersfield University of Brass Band, and we've come up the foggy M1 today to get here. I wasn't actually late. That is designed to happen, that the conductor comes in later. It was actually commissioned by Nicholas Childs, the conductor of the Black Dyke Band, as an opener to a second half. A fantastic opener. Where our march is going to be Jubilee by Paul Dury, which is a Salvation Army sort of upbeat one. But first we have our soloist, which is going to be Ashley Higgins. Now he's picked another Childs sort of dynasty, but it's the other one, Bob Childs. And Philip Wilby was writing a euphonium concerto for him, and I think he probably watched My Big Fat Greek Wedding while he was actually writing it, because this is a Greek dance called Zuba Kickoff. That's a New Yorkshire accent. If there's any people who can pronounce it correctly, I'm open to offers. It's actually quite a manly dance where they dance with a circle of people clapping, and nobody sort of dares challenge that dancer. So Ashley's going to strut his manhood now with this wonderful, exciting, difficult solo. Can we give Ashley a welcoming applause for this wonderful piece? Wouldn't it be lovely to be in Australia now? And in Australia, they're getting very keen on brass bands. And part of the support has been from this lady called Adrian. It's like the Adrian in Rocky, remember Adrian, but a female Adrian. And she's called Lady Adrian Stewart. And because of the generosity of her giving, they decided to commission Peter Graham to write a wonderful piece of slow music that tested the bands with their sounds and musicality and also reflected this lovely, gracious lady. Lady Stewart's Air. Our exciting finale was actually the first brass band composition by the composer Dean Jones. It's a Salvation Army potboiler, which basically means you get three wonderful hymn tunes that tussle and fight, and ultimately one wins over, played by the back row, which is The King of Love My Shepherd Is. That's the one to listen for. A fantastic finale, Dean Jones, Glorifico Aeternam.
I'm now joined by Ben and Nick from Oxford University Brass Band. Did you enjoy your performance today?
Yes, I'm quite pleased actually with how we did today. We put in a lot of work towards and it's paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. Massively delighted to be here. Really, it's my first contest as a conductor. My first time at UniBrass.
How long have you been conducting then?
I've been conducting a term and a half, minus a couple of brass sectionals for one of my orchestras. So, yeah, so that's interesting. Waving your arms instead of playing is
at least you can't play a wrong note.
Exactly. Yeah. No splits, which makes a difference. But yeah, so yeah, no, it's been really fun, really good. It's such an amazing setup here that it's great.
How did you go about picking your program for today's contest?
Well, we obviously wanted to showcase the sort of varying different individual talents that we had in the band. We got some strong players. We wanted to give them the best platform to perform, and we wanted to show off different. For example, we've got a particularly strong euphonium section, so that was our duet today. The Laurel and Hardy stuff. They also think they have a sense of humour, which helped. We were kind of led by them on that program choice. But yeah, so that was good. And then,
how long did it take you to put together that Another Fine Mess?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I would like to say that we spent painstaking hours choreographing it. The truth is, we did some good work on the playing, and the dancing sort of took shape in the last week or so. And they said at every rehearsal it was kind of, oh no, it'll definitely be there. Like, we'll sort it out. we'll get together after the rehearsal, have a look.
And they never did.
So they eventually got that down. So yeah, it's good. It was kind of exciting not knowing what was going to happen, actually.
I think the overriding thing of our program that we wanted to put out was to put a fun program together with Valera.
Really play on the entertainment, make it something the audience are going to enjoy.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You finished your program with Gale Force.
Yes.
Any particular reason for choosing that piece?
Exactly what Nick said, really. I mean, it's just such a fantastic piece. I think I first played it when I was about 11, probably, in a wind band, and it's just, I don't know, it's one of these sort of recurring pieces. It's great. It's a classic, and
I think
yeah,
it's been played at several UniBrass contests. You may even have featured in all of them. I don't know if
it's a big favourite. I mean, it's probably, I imagine. I wouldn't be surprised. And to an extent, as well as providing something that the audience would find fun, we really wanted to focus on something that the band would enjoy rehearsing. That was kind of the big thing.
I mean, it's a big challenge for us playing Gale Force. It's a big challenging piece, but we've really enjoyed working on it.
Yeah, so it's been nice.
It was a bit of a contrast to your third piece, A Gaelic Blessing, still on the same sort of theme, but a very different piece. How do you make sure that on the contest stage, the band get into the right frame of mind for each of the pieces that they're playing, and they switch from one to the next?
I think it's something that we've discussed beforehand, but it's all about maintaining the concentration for the short period, the 20-25 minutes that you're on stage. You've really got to maintain that focus and think about each piece, what effect you're trying to achieve in each piece.
Yeah, I think it's we've definitely spoken a lot about style in the rehearsals. It's been a big sort of thing. What is the idea of this piece? And I think that whereas a lot of the program's quite light-hearted and fun, so it's quite easy to move from those sort of things. You just do different rhythms, and it's great. The Gaelic Blessing was definitely more of a challenge to get in the zone for. I think this time we didn't do anything too particular. We just kind of took an extra couple of breaths before, took a couple of moments,
calm down,
compose. We've done Laurel and Hardy, Ridiculous to the Sublime, and just chuck it out there. I mean, yeah, it's a choral piece, and Oxford is a city with thousands of choirs. Yes. So I think we're in a good place for kind of getting into the zone for that sort of music.
What else are you looking forward to today whilst you're here? Are there any bands you particularly want to hear?
Well, I haven't actually seen the draw, but have Cambridge played yet? Or
no, they haven't. Cambridge.
Obviously, I'm looking forward to
watching
Cambridge.
In theory, at 25-7.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll look forward to see how they do. Obviously, it's nice to set the benchmark, the standards out there, and if they
I take it they're your big rivals.
I mean, rivals implies that they're actually contests.
Oh,
if you look at the
talk there, guys.
that would be my that would be my honest answer. No, it'll be really good, and the rivalry between Oxford and Cambridge is great, and we always have a laugh, whatever it is, rugby, cricket, music, and it's fun. So it'll be good to see how they get on.
Is there anyone else out there you'd particularly like to beat?
To be honest, I'd be quite interested to see how York do as a York alumnus. It would be nice to think that we'd have a chance.
They did say that they would be keeping an eye on how you guys did with their links with some of the players.
It'd be nice to think we might just have a chance of beating them.
See if you can knock them out of that third place slot.
Third place spot. They've been keeping on.
Well, they didn't sound very confident that they'd regain that. With the extra bands in this year, it'd be a very tough ask for them to do
definitely, yeah. I mean, there's more bands in this year than ever.
Yes, there's 17 this year, which is at least 2 or 3 more than usually. The last few years it's been about 14 in it, so it's going to be a very tough contest. So, other than the actual playing on the contest stage side of things, are you up to anything else in particular today? Are there any?
I'm looking forward to watching this afternoon and to the concert this evening with Jaguar.
Yeah,
should be a great concert, and of course the annual Bavarian band. You can't miss that. So it's looking like a great afternoon.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're now going to go back to the concert hall where Leeds are taking to the stage.
Thank you. We are Leeds University Union Music Society Brass Band. Quite catchy name. That first piece was a march called The Student by Robert Bushnell. He was an ex-student of the band and dedicated it in 2009. It's meant to depict a student night out, so it gets messier and messier as the piece goes on. We're also going to be playing Let's Face the Music and Dance and Take On Me by Aha, arranged by one of our bass players who isn't here today. But first, let me introduce our soloist, Matthew Whitmore, to play My Love Is Like a Red, Red Rose.
I'm joined by Jonathan and Jack from Huddersfield University Brass Band. Thank you for joining us. Did you enjoy your performance today?
Yes, very much.
Probably being a bit hot.
Getting a little bit warm in the hall, is it? It's a pity the bands who are on later in the day. Now, you're a bit of a marked band for everyone else because you have won the last 2 years, and you're probably the ones that anyone who wants to win it has got in their sights.
Yes.
Do you think you've done enough to put yourselves in with a chance?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
I think at the end of the day, you've got to do the best for
Yeah.
you, and then it's for other bands to do the best for them. And I hope every band feels that they've played the best. And I think overall, we felt that.
Yeah, we're happy, and
yeah,
we'll find out in 6 hours.
Yeah, that's for the pages for.
Now, you're one of the many bands which have put a Paul Cooper piece in your programme. You opened with When Thunder Calls. Why did you choose that as your opener?
Well, we need an opener, and it's a fantastic opener.
It is a good opener. It's one full of like power. You want to. Well, that's what you want with an opener. Is something to wake the audience up.
It's a muscular opener, I think, and the sections come on.
Yeah,
you see them do the little bit.
Yeah, it's a nice way to introduce the band bit at a time.
So it lets you gives you some visual interaction with the audience, and lets you cover the entertainment aspect. How important for you is the entertainment part of the marking and part of the programme?
Well, there's many different conflicting thoughts because, obviously the biggest one being you've only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's got to, like obviously a book without sounding corny, you've got a beginning, a middle and an end. So the listener needs to be taken through a musical journey, so that 4 or 5 pieces work as a complete unit. So you can't think, oh, that's a great piece. We've got to have that, and then it destroys the rest of it. The thing is, you need an impact opener. You need a solo.
A good solo and a big finish. Yeah.
We've got to do a march because that's part of the rules. I gather. Is it?
There's a prize awarded for the best march, but I don't believe you have to do one. But almost every band seems to have chosen to do one. So, and the rest of your programme, you had a nice variety in there. Glorifico Turning was a great way to finish the programme. Any personal favourites out of those pieces for yourselves?
Those pieces.
I like the slow piece.
I like Glorifico the most out of them. Yeah.
Is that a good one for the band to enjoy rehearsing?
Yeah, the band. Well, we picked it out early on in the year, and the band just instantly liked it. It was a bit at the start. No one was really sure what it was going to be like, and once we started rehearsing it, more and more people just thought, yeah, this is a really good piece. It's not your standard like finisher. It's a bit more funky with your hymn tune. It's a good Salvation Army piece.
Do you think it helps to do something that's maybe not quite as well known in your programme, to put something else in there? And does that bring any problems if you go for something a little more unknown?
I think it's important to have a little aspect of challenge in the programme for the listener. So it's is this an entertainment contest? And I think historically bands that have just tried to be, it's the university contest and slightly more cerebral, really. I think it could be the word, rather than just for the man in the street. Hopefully a little bit more audience persisting with a more difficult work.
And you've always got to look for something new, otherwise you're going to get every band coming back every year playing the same old stuff. So.
And what do you two enjoy about UniBrass?
What do we enjoy about it? There's a buzz about it. It feels like an old institution, jazzed up, really. But not losing any of the good bits of the old one. I think it's well organised. I think it's a fantastic venue that we can. I think the young ones enjoy the evening as well. It's a terrific atmosphere.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, both of you. Well, as you said, we'll find out in 6 hours whether you've managed to retain this very nice shiny trophy. We're going to take a bit of a break now. The next band on is Nottingham after the lunch break, and they will be on at 2:05.
We are now about to have a band who claim, as one of their interesting facts, that they spend too much time in the pub. But having just spoken to one of their tuba players, they'd said that they'd like that rephrased to a significant time in the pub. Please welcome Nottingham University.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as I'm sure you're aware, we're the Nottingham Brass Band. That was a piece called Come Follow the Band by Cy Coleman, written for the musical Barnum around about 1980. I'm now going to step back from conducting and welcome Chris Blunt to the front to take our solo, where I can welcome Claire Taylor to the front to play a piece called Concert Etude, written by Goethe. This particular arrangement is by William Broughton. So yes. So to follow that, we're going to play a hymn, and we're going to play Gresford, the Miners' Hymn, originally written by Robert Saint after the Gresford disaster, September 1934. This particular arrangement is by Andrew Stevenson. Okay, now, to follow that, we're going to play another march. This time, we're going to play a march written by not only just an ex-member of the band, a current member of the band today here, who is playing with us on trombone, Chris Snap, has written a march called Talk Hard. And now we move to the final piece that we're going to play in this. I'd like to say a big thank you for being here. It's our debut performance here, and we've been very excited for it. Hope you enjoy the rest of the concert. We're now going to move on to Don't Stop Me Now, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. Do feel free to sing along. It is encouraged. Thank you very much.
Durham and Warwick. Durham and Warwick.
I'm joined by Laura and Sam from Leeds Brass Band. How did it go?
Pretty well, yeah. Really happy with it. Really happy with how the band played. Responding well. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it on stage?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we go for, more like the enjoyment of the playing rather than...
So this is our first time as well. Just thought we'd come have a good blow. Just really enjoy it.
So was it important to pick a programme that the band would enjoy rehearsing then?
Yeah, we did a few of the pieces like through the semester, but these are the pieces that I really enjoyed playing, especially our last one, Take On.
Yeah. And you've picked a programme that you obviously enjoy practicing. Did you think that would mean that the audience enjoy performing it more?
The music is really fun anyway, so it'll be fun to listen to, it is fun to play.
Have you got any big rivals here?
Is
there anyone you want to beat?
We know Durham and Warwick quite well because we do a joint concert with them every year. So
you'd like to try and beat them?
We want to try and beat them.
Yeah.
we can hope.
And what, other than actually playing, what else are you enjoying about today?
After every rehearsal, we go to the pub. It's a standard brass thing, I'm sure.
So are you going to be spending the rest of the afternoon at the bar?
I believe
or
the rest of our
listening
band
to the
are
bands?
they're already there.
Are you going to try and listen to a few other bands before the results?
Definitely.
Once you've had a few at the bar. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed your first UniBrass experience. And we're going to head back to the hall now because it looks like they've just finished setting up for Bristol.
Well, under the rules of UniBrass, to allow the inclusive nature that we are within this competition, these instruments have been allowed. And so you may see some of these strange devices throughout the day. Be warned. And that brings me now on to the University of Bristol, or Bristol University Music Societies, brilliant acronym there, brass band. They have a brass band where only 5% of the players are northern. So, amidst all of that controversy, please welcome Bristol University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the University of Bristol Brass Band. This is our debut in the competition, so a big thank you to Warwick and the UniBrass team for having us. You just heard the Cossack March, and we're now going to play Capriccio Brillante, featuring Loreen Hodge on the tenor horn. We're now going to play the overture to Verdi's opera La Forza del Destino, followed by Paul Lovett Cooper's Horizons.
I'm now joined by Chris, Andy and Adam from the University of Nottingham Brass Band, another band who are having their first UniBrass experience. How was it for you today?
Fantastic.
Yes, very good. Really good. Really good buzz.
You all enjoyed it then?
Yes, yeah.
We wanted to come for quite a few years, but
This is the first year we've been in a position to actually attend. So.
It's good to see more bands coming and joining into UniBrass. How do you think the band played?
I'm
really
very
well.
pleased with how
Yeah.
the band played, yes.
It was good to get here and perform.
Yeah.
So, it was exciting. I felt.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Enjoyable.
You opened your programme with Come Follow the Band, which has been played before. Do you think that is an advantage or disadvantage for the audience to hear something twice in a day?
Depends how well we played.
I suppose it does mean you're going to get compared to something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you're on second.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that much of a disadvantage. I mean, we play it differently, different styles, and it's just different interpretations. So I don't think it's that much of a.
Now, one of your pieces, your march, was actually composed by one of your students.
Yeah.
How many times have you performed that piece then?
So it was written originally for a local band, which is called Hucknall in the Mining Community Brass. So they've performed it a couple of times, but this is our debut, really.
Yeah.
And probably the second contest it's ever been played in. So we're very excited, and Chris Knapp is a very talented composer, and he's written quite a few pieces for us and arranged stuff for us in the past. So we're very lucky to have him.
Do you think it's important to give students a chance to write music as well as play music whilst they're part of the band?
Yeah, it's very important because often they play a lot, but you don't get an opportunity to have your music played when you write it.
And it's always very exciting to see people who can write music to that kind of level. I mean, it's something that's alien to me, writing music like that, so...
Now, your band's been going for about 6 years, according to the information sheet that you have. Anyway, sorry, I've misread that. 8 years. Since 2006.
Yeah.
And this is the first time you've entered UniBrass. Do you think this will change your band and improve things? Or
Yes, I think it will. Yeah, I think considering we've come here for the first time, I think a lot more people will be inclined to join after we've come back from this.
It's also very exciting to see, like, having a contest to give the band a drive towards something, to give them a real goal to aim for. It's really nice to kind of have that focus to get people, excited about where we're going with it.
You also said in your information sheet that the band has a close relationship with top section local band to use Thorsby Colliery Band, which many current members play for.
Yes.
If you've got a lot of members playing for a top section band, do you think that means you're aiming for a higher place in today's?
Yes.
We would hope so.
Well.
Yeah.
To aim as high as we can, of course.
That's our first time, so we're learning the ropes, so we don't want to.
We'll see what we'll see, really.
Have you got any rivals that you particularly want to beat?
Well, we learnt this morning that apparently we have a Sheffield as rivals.
Sheffield as rival, yeah.
We found out earlier.
So I guess they'll have to be our rivals.
Aside from that, maybe this will be the decider, I guess. Yeah, it will be.
And other than actually playing on the contest stage, have you been soaking up the atmosphere and enjoying the rest of the day so far?
Yes, we have been watching the other bands.
Trying to see as much as we can of the other performances.
The big question is, have you spent more time watching the other bands or at the bar?
We're all sensible.
Yeah.
We're all performance, and now we're going to the bar.
Get drunk after the interview.
Well, we've already been for one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It looks like the stage is nearly reset, so we're going to head back over to the hall where Manchester University are next.
So we've just had a performance from Bristol, who you will have noticed given my trumpet warning earlier, they only had one cornet playing the cornet parts there. Not only that, they have been known to let French horns into their band. You see, that's what happens when only 5% of your band's northern. So our next band, well and truly from the north, we've got Manchester up next. Quite a few fans in, it would seem. The band has recently returned from the first ever tour. They spent 5 days in Northern Ireland, a range of indoor and outdoor venues performing concerts in Belfast and Londonderry. They've also been working closely with the Fairy Band, performing joint concerts in central Manchester. And their programme today ties in with UniBrass's affiliation with Brass for Africa, telling the story and the message of Nelson Mandela's life. And I will just remind you of some of the information about Brass for Africa, which is UniBrass's supported charity for 2015 as well as last year. You can check out information at www.brassforafrica.com. You can also visit facebook.com/brassforafrica. You can donate by texting £1, £5 and £10 with BRFA45 to the number 770, which is 70070. There is also a Brass for Africa stall in the foyer, along with many other different instrumental stalls out there.
One.
Okay, and now we are ready for the performance by Manchester University.
Madiba was Nelson Mandela's tribal name. Madiba united the Rainbow Nation with a message of peace, reconciliation, and racial harmony. However, he spent much of his life in a country torn apart by fear, anger, terror, and war. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no easy walk to freedom anywhere. Many of us will have to pass through the valley of the shadow of death again and again before we reach the mountaintop of our desires." It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Mandela said, "No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. If people can learn to hate, then people can also be taught how to love." This was Mandela's message. He was willing to die for it, yet he lived to see it. And now this man, safe in the knowledge that he had done what he set out to do, what he considered to be his duty to his people and his country, Madiba completed his long walk to freedom. He has gone home.
Yeah, Will. Gosh.
I'm joined by Daisy and Will from Bristol University Brass Band. Have you enjoyed your performance today?
Yes, we have a lot. It's been very enjoyable. Love the trip here. It's our first time
First
playing.
time here?
Yeah.
Have you found the whole day?
Oh, very enjoyable, yeah. It's nice listening to other bands here.
Have you had a chance to listen to many of them?
Yeah, we listened to most people in the morning, so it was good.
Good. And how did you go about picking your programme for today?
I'll let the conductors tell you.
Yes, I mean, this is the pieces we played today were a selection from some of the pieces we did in our main concert at the end of the last academic term. I mean, we just wanted to put together a programme that was exciting, with music that's challenging and that the audience will enjoy.
Difficult but good to rehearse.
Yeah.
And you're a soloist, obviously. How do you go about choosing soloists for the band and which particular ones would likely to work?
Yeah, so I mean, we sort of just put our general kind of advice that anyone who wants to play a solo can really in the band. And Loreen, who's a very, very experienced and very good player, she registered an interest. And so we did that piece last term, and we decided to take it with us here because there's a prize for best solo.
It's nice to see that it's not just always like a euphonium or a cornet player who gets to do a solo. The other instruments as well, because there have been an awful lot of euphonium solos on, and we've just seen Manchester featuring a lot of their cornet players and things like that. So it's nice to see the horns and the other instruments get featured. Now, you did The Force of Destiny as one of your pieces. It's a test piece, and it's fairly short for a test. It's about 8 minutes or so, isn't it? But that's still a fairly large chunk of time to fit into a 20-minute programme. So how do you go about, if having chosen to do it, how do you make sure it fits into your programme?
Yeah, so I mean, like that was the first choice. I was always certain we were going to do that, because I think that shows off best. So yeah, the other pieces we kind of chose around it. We wanted to take a solo, so we thought Lorraine's solo would be great. And we wanted to do a march as well, so we put the Cossack in at the beginning. And then then I realised we had about 5 minutes at the end, and we thought we'd do Horizons, which is
a lot of bands seem to be doing, and put a Paul Cooper piece in.
Yeah.
He's the second band, I think, to play Horizons today.
Yeah.
It's a popular choice, all of the Paul Cooper stuff. What have you enjoyed most about it today?
Just the whole atmosphere of it. I mean, as Daisy said, we've never done this before, and yeah, just being here, soaking up the music, meeting other people from other bands.
Are there any other bands that you'd like to beat? Have you got any friendly rivalries going on?
I don't think we've been in the competition long enough to sort of develop a rivalry, but
you're going to see what they're like this year and then decide who your rivals are next year. Probably a good idea, yes. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to head over back to the hall now, where Birmingham University are just preparing to take to the stage.
Musical acts who will be performing out there in the foyer as well. So even if you can't get into the hall, you can still listen to some fantastic music. The next musical performance is going to come from Birmingham Music Society Brass Band. They were established by Joseph Chamberlain. It was the first red brick university. It has got the tallest freestanding clock tower called Old Joe, who is an inspiration for the towers in Lord of the Rings. Edward Elgar was the first professor of music, and Birmingham University also hosted the first leader debate at the last general election. Some nice claims to fame there. Now, Birmingham have had some very intense rehearsals recently. They only found out that they would be taking part in UniBrass 2 weeks ago because they were one of the reserve bands. So they've been rehearsing multiple times a day for many hours to make sure that over the last couple of weeks they are prepared for today's performance. So, are we ready over there, guys? I've been building you up. Please give a massive round of applause, especially for taking the effort to get everything sorted in 2 weeks. This is Birmingham University.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're the University of Birmingham Brass Band. You just heard The Champions by Major Wilcox, and we're about to play Where Eagles Sing by Paul Lovett Cooper.
And our next piece is Swiel Our Ruin, Movement 2 from Cry of the Celts, arranged by Peter Graham by Ronan Hardiman. And on our solo will be Ollie Salbert playing tenor horn.
That was Ollie Sauber, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We are very, very happy to be here today. But before we play our last number, there are two people we need to thank. First of all, our conductor, Stuart Burney. He's been rehearsing us, and we are very grateful to him. So, Stuart. And also our brass band manager, David Nixon. He literally holds up the brass band with his bare hands, and he organised our coach for us and everything and made sure we all turned up to rehearsals. So, David. Okay, so our final number is The Incredibles, and a Philip Harper arrangement. We love it a bit, so hope you enjoy it.
Not too close.
I'm joined by George and Jonathan from the University of Manchester Brass Band. How was your performance?
I thought it went really well. It was a lot of fun being out there, and having an audience that size as well was really something. It was really cool to play to.
Now, I've heard a lot of people saying you had a very impressive performance, and I was certainly very impressed watching it myself. You had some elements in there. It wasn't just brass playing, was it? You had a lot of other things going on. Let's just explain exactly what you were doing and
so
how that worked.
We kind of focused on the idea of Nelson Mandela's life, kind of inspired by the Brass for Africa charity, which UniBrass support, and we wanted to kind of make that our theme. So it was a very African influenced program. So lots of singing, lots of percussion, as well as brass playing, kind of giving a loose narrative of Mandela's story.
It was a very impressive program, and having all of these other elements, the singing, the percussion, and little bits of choreography and stuff, really adds to the entertainment value. Is that something you set out to do from the start?
Yeah, I think when we've been here in the past, we've been told we're not the most entertaining band, which maybe let us down. I think we were trying to be more entertaining, but we wanted people to enjoy what we were doing. So that's the most important thing, that we're enjoying ourselves and the audience are as well as making great music. So
now, I would say, have you got any big rivals? I'm assuming I can guess who one of those rivals might be, who you'd quite like to beat.
Well, we come second twice, haven't we? The last 2
yes.
years.
So I'm assuming Huddersfield would be quite in your sights as someone you'd like to beat.
And we're listening to them on the Boston Way Down as well, and they sounded scarily good. So
yeah, good band.
Yeah.
So I mean, it would be nice to be up there in the top few, but I think we're just really happy with how we played. So good luck to whoever beats us.
The two judges think later on. Now, have you been enjoying the rest of the day? Have you been seeing many of the other bands?
Well, we've only just arrived, really. I think the enjoyment's yet to come. I mean, we were just off the coach and straight into warm-up, but I mean, the atmosphere here has been brilliant, and I mean, we've been very well looked after by the guys at UniBrass here as well. So
absolutely, yeah, and I'm just looking forward to the rest of the day and what's going on, and it'll be a good day.
You said you had a theme for your programme of Nelson Mandela's life. And what did you decide that you would want a theme for your programme before you found the theme, or did you just happen to you had all these things and let's theme it? How important is the theme itself to your programme?
It kind of came together really. Yeah. We'd played a different version of My Mountaintop last year, and it just kind of got me thinking along those lines. And I'd heard a recording of that piece by a band in Norway, and they'd linked it to Mandela, and I had this kind of idea, well, why don't we link it to Africa? But then that became more concentrated on just Mandela. So
That arrangement of My Mountain was actually done by one of your players, William Quain. And do you try and give your members a chance to have their arrangements and their compositions performed?
Yeah,
definitely. One of the things that we're quite proud of as a band is doing an awful lot of new works. And I mean, the music department in Manchester as a whole is very focused on composition. So we would get a lot of students coming in, will you play this, will you play this? So we do make a big effort to try and play as much, especially not just new commissions, but student commissions as possible. Because I mean, I think that's one of the things we're quite proud of as a band.
Yeah, because contemporary music is huge at the music department in Manchester. You know, it's for composition. It's one of the top music departments in the country. And we wanted, when we set up the band 3 years ago, we wanted to be a band of the department. So as well as doing kind of a lighter program like we've done today, most of our concerts will be quite large-scale, serious works, playing a lot of student compositions, lecturers' compositions, and using composers like you heard Andy Scott today, Simon Dobson. These guys were kind of pushing boundaries. We're really keen on doing that.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go straight back to the hall where Bangor University Brass Band are just taking to the stage.
Hello, we are Bangor University Brass Band, and my name is Callum. The two pieces that we've just played was the first movement of Music for a Festival, written by Philip Spark, and Hine Hine, arranged by Peter Graham, featuring our talented flugel player, Mia Thomas. The next piece we'll be playing is the well-known march, Death or Glory, by R.B. Hall. Our trombones are now going to go off to the pub. However, we have a fitting replacement in our soloist, Bronwyn Evans. She has studied psychology for 3 years, and she currently plays cornet for 16. So, we hope you enjoy Dimitri by Rodney Newton. The final piece that we'll be playing for you tonight is I Will Follow Him. Arranged by Gough Richards from the hit film Sister Act, starring Whoopi Goldberg. And also this afternoon, our wonderful trombonists, Peter Houghton, Carwyn Evans, and Jonathan Roberts. And god damn, I wish they don't make a habit of this. Nobody laughed, that's terrible. Thank you very much. We'll see you next year.
And coming in second place behind York, it has the largest population, well, second largest population of ducks that any university has got. Unfortunately, they've lost out to York. Trying to muscle in on the animal-related facts, I've also had a tweet from Kiel University Brass Band. pointing out that they have got 7 squirrels for every student. Not only that, they've also tweeted that they are the only non-city university to be competing at this year's contest. Some really interesting stuff we find out at UniBrass. And now, before I explode your brains anymore with all of this information, please welcome Warwick University.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are the University of Warwick Brass Band. My name is Simon Hogg. We started off with Libertango, a great piece by that Argentinian composer Astor Piazzolla, and we are now going to play a little-known march by an 18-year-old Edward Gregson, entitled Delaro. I'd now like to welcome our flugelhorn player, Catherine Fox, to the stage. She's going to play an arrangement of a song from Toy Story, When She Loved Me. Many famous brass players have risen through the ranks of the Salvation Army. Our final piece celebrates 100 years of the International Staff Band. It's entitled Fire in the Blood by Paul Lovett Cooper.
They could have mentioned the fact that they have also celebrated their 50th anniversary. However, it would seem that none of the students have noticed that going on. They could have also mentioned the fact that their former Chancellor, Chris Bonington, celebrated his retirement by jumping off Boland Tower. He was attached to a rope. He's a mountaineer, so he's used to that sort of thing. They could have mentioned the killer geese. They could have mentioned the overpopulation of rabbits to get into the spirit of UniBrass and its animal references. But no, they chose not to. They could also have mentioned that last year they bumped into Keele University Band, both deciding to stop off at McDonald's on the way home. I think Keele are now in danger of becoming the most mentioned university brass band of today. They're clearly more interesting than Lancaster. So, without further ado, please welcome Lancaster University.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We opened our programme this afternoon with William Himes' Festival March Motivation. William Himes is one of the most famous American brass band composers and is a prolific writer of festival marches and music for the Salvation Army. We are sticking with the American theme for the rest of our programme this afternoon, and you can't really do an American theme without going to Disney. Don't worry, no more Frozen. We're going to go to, we've chosen to go to another Disney. No, sorry, we're not doing Frozen. We're going to stick with the actual America as well. We're going to go to Pocahontas, and we're going to do Colours of the Wind. And to sing this with us, please welcome Rosa.
You think you own whatever land you land on. The earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew, Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, or ask the grinning bobcat why he grins? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountain? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest. Come taste the sun-sweet berries of the earth. Come roll in all the riches all around you. And for once, never wonder what they're worth. The rainstorm and the river are my brothers. The heron and the otter are my friends. And we're all connected to each other in a circle, in a hoop that never ends. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, or ask the grinning bobcat why he grins? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountain? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? How high does sycamore grow? If you cut it down, then you'll never know. And you'll never hear the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, for whether we are white or copper skin, to paint with all the colors of the wind. You can own the earth and still all you'll own is earth until you can paint with all the colors of the wind.
Thank you very much, Rosa. We're going to continue with some more film music now. There's been an awful lot of films set in America, many of them produced in America in Hollywood. And some of them, though, haven't been produced in America, and amongst the most famous of these are the spaghetti westerns. Now, Maestro Ennio Morricone did the music for these films, and he has produced some of the most well-regarded film music in the classical or any other repertoire. We're going to try the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, there was some debate in the band about who the good, the bad, and the ugly were. There's 2 adjudicators and 1 compere, so you could divide it up like that. I wouldn't like to say anything before they've finished their marking, though. Please? No? But Ray Farr's done an arrangement of this for brass band, and it's become an absolute favourite of the band, and it's great fun. So, from the sublime to the ridiculous, this is Ray Farr's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Thank
Ashley, what are you doing? Ashley, what are you doing? Oh my God. Ashley is our second cornet player, and he's always wanted to conduct, and we've always said no, but it looks like today might be his lucky day. This is Max Stannard's North and South, Movement 3, Songs of the Union.
Southampton have very luckily given me lots of facts to talk about, which gives them time to find all of the missing percussion gear and play a song on the way off. As part of their first ever tour, the band went to the Whip Friday marches, but they were a little bit too eager and turned up 2.5 hours early, so spent it outside a pub. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to drink. But that did pay off, because they managed to win themselves £30 in the process. On tour, they had a triumph against Huddersfield University Brass Band in the boat race in the pub afterwards. this is another fact which they're really keen about because they put that one down twice. In 2013, they were part of the world's first nautical orchestra, which I'm sure there can't have been many nautical orchestras, so I assume it may be the only one. Anyway, please welcome the wonderful nautical orchestra that is Southampton University Brass Band.
Hello, we are the Southampton University Brass Band, and today we're playing you a sea-themed set. The first piece you heard was Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, arranged for brass band by myself. It links into the theme by the lyric, "We've travelled the world and the 7 seas." Very tenuous, I know. So the next piece we're going to play is our march. It's actually named after a castle in Falmouth, which is a seaside town. And it's called Pendennis. Thank you. The next piece we're going to play is a theme and variations on Eternal Father Strong to Save, also known as the Royal Navy Hymn. It's by Roger Trigg, and it's entitled Strong to Save. That was Anthony Newington on principal cornet there. Now, you can't have a sea without water. And so the next piece we're going to play is Wade in the Water. And it's going to feature our bass trombone player. Now, some say he's the laziest player in the band. But I say he just loves life, you know? But he also loves seasides. And so here he is, to play Wade in the Water, Will Heaton. That was Will Heaton and the Subettes there. Now, you've come to our finale. The sea is angry and it's restless. This is Jim Steinman's The Storm. See you later.
I'm here with Rosa, Simon and Alex from Lancaster, and we've all just been on stage. How did you find it, guys?
It went really quickly, really quickly.
Didn't seem like 20 minutes you're on that stage.
Like 20 seconds, yeah.
For those of you at home who've just tuned in, do you want to let us know why you're all there being Joseph in the technical of Poncho and someone from Brokeback Mountain?
We played Good, the Bad, the Ugly, and me and Simon, well...
We did a routine that we've been working on for a few weeks, a face-off, a Western face-off.
I'm the Mexican.
Yeah, and I'm Clint Eastwood.
Cowboy, yeah.
Yeah. It went all right, but I dropped my mouthpiece, so...
The judges don't need to know that.
Well, they do now. So the whole thing was reversed, we were on the wrong side. But I think we did all right, considering...
Yeah.
I didn't notice. I was on stage good thing. I genuinely didn't notice. I did wonder why the girl whose corner you nicked looked quite so confused when you just took the corner out of her hand, though.
Sorry, Hannah, she was a bit of a backup.
And Rosie, you sang Colours of the Wind with Lancaster. What was it like singing with a brass band?
It was strange because it's like not. I don't usually sing with a brass band. So
Ladies and gentlemen, the next band to play at today's
Are you a big Disney fan?
UniBrass competition.
You guys, do you like Colours of the Wind?
Yeah, it's a good tune.
Yes.
Good tune, yeah.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of Frozen fans, and when I said we weren't going to do Frozen, I didn't go down too well at all, really, did it? But, and Lancaster finished with a movement from one of Max Stannard's, our compares pieces. How did you guys find that?
I think it was a really nice piece.
Yeah.
He's not here. You can. He's
No,
if you
I
want to say anything.
It was a good piece.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember playing it because after that little fiasco, it was
Well, we're reaching the end, towards the end of the competition now. There's just 2 bands left. Are you guys going to go in and watch the remaining bands?
Just after we get out of this, get up, we'll be straight back in there.
Are you looking forward to the concert tonight? Are you going to be spending your time stocking up at the bar?
Well, bit of both.
Bit of both, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to hear it from the bar.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. You can now go and get out of the costumes there, guys. And we're going to cut back to the hall where they're setting up for Cardiff's performance.
everybody. We are the Cardiff University Brass Band, and we're very excited to join you at UniBrass 2015. This year, we will be performing a programme taking you on a journey through space itself. We began with a lively opener called Ad Astra by Jacob Wilhelm Larsen, commissioned by the Stavanger Brass Band. Ad Astra means to the stars and commemorates the past, present and future members of the band. Next, we perform the winning entry of a composition competition we held at the beginning of the year. We're now delighted to perform the concert premiere of The Red Planet by Michael Pilley, specially commissioned for UniBrass 2015. After this, we will journey to the beginning of the universe with James McFadden's 13.7 billion years earlier. And lastly, we will welcome back and finish with an original composition by Cardiff University student and our very own musical director, Elan Higueras. This will feature solos from Rob Stevens on tuba and Andrew Hughes and Joe Rumming from our percussion section. We hope you enjoy our set.
I'm joined by Dan and Kerrits from Southampton University Brass Band. Did you enjoy your performance today?
I did. I had a great time.
What a performance, you know, it was fantastic. I thought the band was simply fantastic. We had a concert yesterday, it went really well, and today we just moved
Did you use the concert as a sort of a run-through?
Warm up. We had a really nice audience, put it on Facebook and it was on in the Union, and loads of people turned up, and it was really nice. And it was nice to have the Uni behind us before we went off.
It was really nice. Makes a change.
Oh.
Okay, as we've already heard from the terrible jokes, you had a water theme.
We did. We had a sea theme. Yeah.
Sea theme. Why did you go with the sea theme?
So I think it was late in October. I think it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was talking to my mother, Jenny Laverick, about the UniBrass program. She said, "Why don't you do a sea theme? Because you're from Southampton, you report." And I messaged Keris and our Vice President Meg, and it happened.
We'd already come up with our march by then, and that usually sets our whole set off. And it was Pendennis, and we were like, yes, just go for it.
We were thinking about doing a piece called "It's All About the Sea Bass." Sea bass.
That was terrible.
It's a good job you're in music and not comedy, because quite frankly, I don't think you're going to have a career ahead of you. The first piece you played was "Sweet Dreams" by Eurythmics with Soul Rebels.
Yeah.
A bit of a tenuous link, shall we say?
Oh, it was a bit
It worked. It was there.
Well,
Go on, explain for all of those at home who just haven't got this, like most normal human beings. Just say what the actual link to your theme is.
It was my arrangement.
It was
my
fabulous arrangement.
And the link is, it comes in the lyrics. It's we've travelled the world and the seven seas. And that is it. That is the only link.
Tenuous.
Very linked to our sea.
Very tenuous indeed. Which is your favourite of the pieces you played?
Mine was Pendennis.
She loves the march.
I love the march.
I love The Storm. It's our finale. The guy who wrote it, Jim Steinman, actually he helped write Bat Out of Hell.
Yeah, he does all the Meatloaf.
He does all of Meatloaf stuff, and in this album, his solo album, the last song he has is an orchestral piece. It's very weird. But
it's Jim Steinman for you. It's going to be massive orchestral stuff with like rock bands.
It's just brilliant. Sandy Smith's done a fantastic job with it. It really is a brilliant piece of music.
It is good.
And he played it well.
It was a very impressive finisher for it. Have you been around before you played? You've only just come off. Have you managed to catch any of the performances or see any of the performances earlier in the day?
Well, we were streaming some on the bus.
We've got some unlimited data within the mobile phones on the coach. It was great.
And then we called a few this afternoon, got our lunch and whatnot. And some really impressive bands this year. Especially some of the new ones. Bristol and Nottingham, great sets, absolutely great sets. I didn't get to catch Leeds, so I can't comment.
Who's your favourite out of the ones you did catch?
In my opinion, Manchester was fabulous.
Manchester, yeah, they seem to go down.
Out of this world. I've never heard. Remind me of a championship sitting band. Really did quality playing all around.
It was crazy.
And very entertaining as well with everything else that they did.
Something totally different, kind of like ours said. It's totally different to what we've never heard any of the music done
before.
And that's it.
No. Yeah.
Do you guys have any rivals that you'd like to beat?
Rivals?
Well, we always psych the band up. We always think, Cardiff, they're always next to us. So the last 3 years, they've always been next to us. So we would like to beat Cardiff. They're a very good band.
Did they beat you last year?
They beat us the
last
3 years.
I don't think we have we?
We've never beaten
them.
You've never beaten them. Hopefully this year might be your year to change that.
With Cardiff, Warwick, mainly because I think there's a few players in Southampton. University Brass Band did their original degree in Warwick and have moved to us.
There's a few bands like that. I know Oxford and York have got a bit of a rivalry because some have gone on to do masters and PhDs at Oxford. Creates a little bit of tension there.
Always. No.
So have you enjoyed your day here today?
I've loved it.
Loved it. It's just going to get better.
What's the best bit? What's the best bit?
Best bit was playing. It was fab.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing being on that stage. Great to play on.
Finishing with the Storm. I don't think it could have gone any better. It was great.
Just exhilarating. It really was. It was fantastic.
Are you guys going to head in and catch the last band?
Hopefully.
If we can, I would love to.
Well, Cambridge are just about to set up. In fact, it looks like they've finished setting up. So I'm going to let you two go, and we're going to go back to the hall so you can catch them.
See you later.
See you later.
See you later. Oh, the Wales chances.
We Cardiff.
before I introduce the interesting facts about Cambridge, and these are very interesting facts, here's a few more details about what will be happening after the final performance. This is new to me about 10 minutes ago. As part of the opening ceremony, there will be a performance by the Enderby Youth Band, which I've just been told about. And then following that, at 8 o'clock, there will be a gala concert taking place, which will be the product of the Day of Brass run by Warwick Music Service and the Jaguar Land Rover Band. That will be starting at 8 o'clock, so I can guarantee that the results will be with you before then, can't I? And to introduce the facts for Cambridge University. First of all, they're conducted by two people, both called Waterson, and they will often play in rehearsals the game Which Waterson? This is joined by another game which is called Guess My Fish, which has been a long-standing tradition within the band and has developed into a more intellectually stimulating version called Cryptic Guess My Fish. 87.1%, which is 2-3 significant figures, of the band are science students. And the band has its own mascot, which is called Harvest. He is the longest serving member of the band, and you can follow him on Twitter at HarvestCUBB. And they claim that despite these 4 facts, they are actually quite normal. Please welcome Cambridge University.
Thank you. That was an arrangement of Over the Hills and Far Away, which is a traditional English folk song, which you might recognise as being the theme song from the TV series Sharp, we're now going to some fans in there. We're now going to feature our principal cornet player, Oliver Abbey, in the beautiful melody "Share My Yoke."
Thank you. We opened the second half of our, I suppose, double act with Paul Lovett Cooper's Home of Legends. We're now going to move on to a beautifully simple piece. It's actually a folk song from the pen of the Scottish singer-songwriter Sandy Wright. It's going to feature our flugel player, Cecilia Carlyle. This is You Are My Shining Star.
This band could be automatic. This band could be systematic. This band could be hydromatic. Why, this band could be grease lightning.
I'm joined by the guys from Cardiff band who've brought their lovely little mascot, Dewey the Dragon, with him. So we've got Cliff the LA1 TV dog as well. How do you think it went on stage?
Pretty good, yeah. Pretty good.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're very proud of the band.
So you played pretty late on in the day.
Yeah.
So did you manage to get to see any of the other bands before you went on?
Yeah, we saw, we arrived about lunchtime, so we saw some of the ones this afternoon.
Managed to catch a few of them?
Manchester, yeah.
Bristol, very good performances. Not as good as ours.
Did you enjoy your performance?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you have a particular favourite piece, any of you?
The last piece for me, Ryan's Belt. I think the whole band got into it and really looked happy.
Same for all of you?
Yeah.
I like my pieces. When I wrote, especially, like the best brass on piece ever. But the whole program was great. There wasn't any piece that I didn't like, so yeah, we were really confident about the program this year, our program choice.
Now, there's a little bit of pressure on you guys this year, isn't it? Because you've had a top 5 placing at UniBrass every year since it started, which has only been beaten by one other band. You've won it the last 2 years. Do you think you'll manage to keep that top 5 placing? Is this your band? Or
Yeah.
Is it causing a riot in the background there? I wonder which country they're from. So do you think there's a lot of pressure on you guys to get that top 5?
We're happy how we played and we don't really mind where we come. We love to finish top 5, but if we don't, we still played our best.
We're really proud of the work we've done. We played really well and we're obviously going to win. But if not, we'll be happy whatever the result is.
Now, having seen and heard your band standing over there, it's causing a little bit of a riot. You seem to get into the UniBrass spirit of things. Is it a really big point in the calendar for?
It's our main thing, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Main thing.
It's what we've been working towards all year. So.
It's always the highlight of the year.
And there's 2 bands from Wales. There's you guys and the Spangles.
Yeah.
You've beaten them every time. How much of an upset would it be for you guys if you get beaten by? Is it a rivalry between the 2 of you?
No, they're our friends. We're Irish.
They're our brothers.
Yeah, they're our Welsh buddies. So we get
A little Welsh team there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining. I'll let you go and rejoin those the rest of your band who seem to be enjoying themselves somewhat. Whilst we'll go back to the hall and see how they're doing setting up before the close. joined by Adam, Sarah, Matthew and Harvest the Owl from Cambridge University Brass Band, the last band to play in today's contest. You've literally just come off the stage. How was it, guys?
Hot, I think.
Very hot. To be honest, the second or third band on says it was getting a bit warm in there at 10 o'clock this morning, so I'm not surprised if you
It was quite warm, yeah.
Did you have a good audience here? People started to come back in from the
They seem to be enjoying it.
Quite vocal towards the end, which is nice.
Probably had a few drinks by now.
You finished with Grease Lightning.
We did.
Yeah, that's right.
This choreography.
Bit of drumming. I'm a drummer now,
How long did it take to teach the choreography?
I don't know, not that long actually.
It could have taken longer to teach the choreography than the music.
Oh no, well our trombone section are just born dancers, so it was quite.
We had some very good demonstrations from our conductors, which I think helped. We kept forgetting those to make them demonstrate again, which they really enjoyed.
Forgetting.
Forgetting, yes.
So was that your favourite piece of the set that you did, or?
I would say so. It was the most fun anyway.
You had quite a varied programme, like seemingly half of the bands on today. You had a Paul of Cooper piece.
Yes,
Home
they
of
seem to have
Legends.
been quite popular today.
Yes. Why do you think all of these Paul of Cooper pieces are being played?
I don't know, I suppose it's quite easy listening music and it's sort of quite rhythmical mostly. Well, you can, as this percussionist, you can sort of say that's why, but yeah, it's quite rhythmical, sort of easy listening music and
dramatic as well.
And yeah.
Exciting.
It's interesting. You used it in the middle of your sets, whereas most people who use Paul of Cooper either use it as an opener or a closer. Horizons has been used in both. When Thunder Calls and things like that, I think have been used as well. So it's interesting you chose that. You had a couple of soloists featured in your set.
Yeah.
So how did you go through the process of choosing who's going to do solos and what pieces they do?
We dictated.
It's a Waterton dictatorship in the band, yeah. I would say
the conductor points at someone and says, "You're doing a solo. You're going to play this piece. On you go."
Well, if they stand out in rehearsal and they potential.
And we wanted to do some like a more varied program with some like nice slow pieces in, and so it was sort of that and the fact that we wanted to obviously show off our players. I mean, obviously we've got more than just them who we want to show off, but yeah.
Now you're one of the more established and older bands in the country. The band's 27, I think now, which is a lot older than most of the bands. Have you seen it change over the time that you've been competing in UniBrass?
Well, it's quite difficult to say because personally we haven't been here all that long. I mean, these two, it's their first UniBrass, and it's my second. I mean, it's quite interesting, I guess, in a university band because the players change every year, so you never know quite what you're going to get, how many players you're going to have, whether sometimes you will have 100 trombones and no cornets, and just trying to balance it out is quite challenging. But you sort of, every year I'm surprised by how many great players we get in.
So,
our whole cornet section is new this year, so we were sweating slightly.
Yeah.
First rehearsal back.
There was some quite extreme recruitment going on.
We are very lucky as well.
That's one of the big differences between university banding and mainstream banding is that the rate of changeover is incredibly dramatic because it's 3 years, 4 at the most for most players, isn't it, that you'll ever get players from. So it's been a struggle then this year to build a balanced band in the time that we've had.
It's more of a case that last year we were quite low in numbers, which is why we didn't end up going to UniBrass, which was a shame last year. But we've sort of done quite a bit of work at the start of this year, sort of recruiting and things.
Yeah.
It's good to be back then.
And yeah.
What have you enjoyed most so far today?
I really enjoyed watching the other bands actually. They had some creative.
You managed to see some of them before.
Yeah.
You went
We sort of came for the second half. So.
Yeah. No, it's good to see what other universities get up to, I think. And the fun ideas they have as well. I like killing the conductor. That's something.
Does it put any pressure on you performing so late and having seen some of the bands that were on before you? You see, you think, we've got to go and match those.
I suppose it might have done. Although what we were always thinking was we've got dancing, so you know.
Yeah, when they did something especially creative, I was like, oh, that's clever. But I think it motivates you though. Like it builds the atmosphere. What standard you're pitching yourself at. It's a very high standard.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed your day today. It looks like they're just about ready to start the closing ceremony. NB Youth Band are going to go on stage and do a short performance, and here they are just now.
England in 1485 is facing dark days. The throne of my king, Richard III, is under threat from Henry of Lancaster. Henry has mustered an army and has the support to mount an assault on King Richard's power. I am part of King Richard's army. We are gathered in the noble city of Leicester, ready to meet the challenge. Today, we leave Leicester to confront Henry's army at Bosworth. Today, King Richard leaves Leicester for death or glory. And so it was that we set up camp near Bosworth on the night before battle. Unusually, my king seems troubled. Normally such a confident warrior, he is clearly bothered by Lord Stanley's refusal to commit his forces on this side of the throne. King Richard declares his need for communion and prayer, and I am part of an escort that accompanies King Richard to the peace and tranquility of the church at Sutton Cheney. Here, Richard receives his communion and prays to God for a successful outcome to tomorrow's battle. The following morning, the Battle of Bosworth begins soon after dawn. Lord Stanley is still withholding his forces, and slowly but surely, Henry's forces begin to overcome us. The fighting is fierce, and hundreds of soldiers on both sides are soon lying dead and seriously injured across the battlefield. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Seeing Henry, Richard bravely gallops directly into the fray. The attack almost succeeds, but Richard is knocked from his horse. Despite continuing to fight bravely on foot, he is surrounded, overwhelmed, and brutally killed. And so it was that King Richard III became the last English king to die in battle. King Henry VII was crowned the new King of England, and I quickly swore my allegiance to him. So what of Richard's body? This was carried back to Leicester, slung over the back of a horse, so that all could see that King Richard was dead. Back in Leicester, the monks of Greyfriars Priory hurriedly dug a grave for him, and there he remained, forgotten for over 500 years. The final part of our story celebrates the remarkable discovery of King Richard III's body in that very car park in 2012. A fabulous new visitors centre has now been opened, enabling King Richard's last resting place to be viewed by all. King Richard's remains will be reinterred next month in the presence of Her Majesty the Queen. He will be placed in a splendid new tomb fit for a king within Leicester Cathedral. Our final piece, the Grand March from Verdi's opera Aida, reflects the pomp and ceremony of this magnificent occasion.
Could we have a representative from each band on stage, please? Could we have a representative from each band on stage? Alcohol is not allowed on the stage area. You may not bring alcohol onto the stage. We are going to begin the the closing ceremony with of this 5th anniversary UniBrass contest with some words from the director of this fantastic venue, the director of Warwick Arts Centre. This is Alan Rivett.
Hello, UniBrass. I have the honour, really, of giving you an official welcome. And there are a couple of things I want to say. Obviously, welcome. And that comes, that's a message both from Warwick Arts Centre. It's a delight to have this sort of energy in the building. And secondly, from the University of Warwick. So I bring messages from the higher echelons of the University of Warwick who say what an honour and a privilege it is to host this second UniBrass event here at the University of Warwick. So you get that. Now, I've got a suggestion for you and some thanks to make. I want particularly for you to thank Max and Alex for the organisation and the vision to bring this UniBrass event together. And should you, UniBrass, decide to come back next year, then I would want to suggest that you bring some national media with you so that the energy that's in this room today, and I'm talking about the whole of the day, where there's been some extraordinary high quality musicianship on display, tell the world that brass banding is alive, it's well, it's young, it's healthy, and it's in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you for coming. I'm now going to hand over. I'm now going to hand over to Jim Trott, who is from Brass for Africa, who is our charity partner. I'd like you to give him a big round of applause and welcome him to UniBrass.
Thank you. Thanks. I just found out his name was Alex. I thought he was Parky. So just before I do talk about Brass for Africa, I do want to congratulate everybody in the room here. It's been a fantastic day. I've watched lots of the bands. The energy, the enthusiasm, it's just been awesome. The showmanship, gunfights, nuns playing trombones. And Manchester, where's Manchester? Manchester? They're not here? Yeah. Yeah. Gave me goosebumps, and the African theme was just wonderful and really fitting for me to come on now and talk to you a little about Brass for Africa. We are a UK registered charity, and our mission really is to make life better, make a positive change for disadvantaged young people and kids in Africa through brass music and brass music education. And we're not a big charity. We've been running about as long as UniBrass, actually. But we are now making a positive change through the programs we support and have initiated to well over 850 kids in Africa. And we're supporting employment for up to 18 nationals in Africa. Thank you. So, why music? Well, I probably don't need to tell you guys why music, but you watch the TV, you probably see and understand that just to feed, clothe and house these kids is an uphill battle. So, what are we doing taking music to these kids? Well, when I say disadvantaged, I mean really, that's kind of an understatement. You've got kids that are orphaned or abandoned. You've got kids living on the street kids running away from wars, kids that are disabled, kids really on the fringes of society. And when you look at Uganda is where most of our work is, but when you look at the demographic in somewhere like Uganda, population of 39 million, 48% of that population are 14 years and younger. So it's a heck of a burden on society. But conversely, it's pretty tough being a kid in that situation. Very hard to get noticed, very hard to be valued. So we give a child a trumpet or a trombone or a tenor horn, tuba. What have I left out? That's me. And that's great. They've got an instrument. We then give them some tuition and something starts to happen. But the magic really happens when that child picks up that instrument, starts playing, starts practicing, starts investing in themselves, starts believing in themselves. And I've seen the self-confidence, the self-belief, the self-worth of these kids just rise through being able to play together in a band, which is just awesome, but just being able to do something and be appreciated by other people. And it gives them a voice. And we got a wonderful patron, Alison Bolstrom. I'm sure many of you know of Alison. And exactly. And she came with me to Uganda last year, and we made a lovely film. I don't know if you've seen it. Go to brassforafrica.com and watch it. And she says in there, it's not just about survival. It's about flourishing as a human being. And we know music allows you to do that. Thank you. One of the things we've done in this last year is we've rolled out a teacher training program for some of the older kids that have now got this skill, they've got this music skill, so we've given them some basics in brass teaching, and they're out now teaching other kids from the similar background. And I was talking to a young lad called Ronald, a very fine trombonist, about this a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying that actually in these homes, the music and the music lessons has actually become one of the basic needs for these kids. So we've got them playing music, we've got teaching going on, we've got loads of things going on. Since I stood here who else was here last year? I can hear some of you. Yeah. Well, this is our second year being associated with UniBrass, which is just fantastic. But we've done a lot in this last year. Too much for me to stand here and talk to you about. So please follow us on Twitter, Facebook, go to the website, sign up for the newsletter, and you'll hear more about it. I'll update you on a couple of little bits and pieces. Last year, you may remember, I was talking about the Good Shepherd Home, which is a home for young girls in Kampala, and we have an all-girl brass band there. And, yeah, exactly. Well, in this last year, the young girls that come home from school before the older girls in the band decided they want to get involved with the music, so we've initiated a junior brass band. Like that young tuba player that was on the stage earlier, it's just fantastic to see. So we now have 2 all-girl brass bands at the Good Shepherd Home. And you may remember me talking about the Bethlehem Orphanage, which is just outside Kampala. It's kind of the brother orphanage to the Good Shepherd Home, and we've got an all-boy brass band there. So boys. Yeah. But guess what? The young boys there who come home earlier before the older boys wanted to get involved, so we've now initiated a junior brass band, so we have 2 all-boy brass bands there. Yeah. One more thing I will tell you about is it's not just about that development of the child from within and the community, it's about changing perceptions. There's in Uganda, there's the National Juvenile Rehabilitation Centre, which is run by the government, and it's mandated to rehabilitate kids aged between 12 and 18 that are at conflict with the law. The reality is there are lots of street kids in Kampala, and when they're rounded up, they're quite often put in this facility, and there are kids younger than 12. We've been working quite hard to get into this facility to have access to the kids and give this opportunity of music to them. And we're delighted that in April last year we were given permission. We started a program and it's been incredible. We've got over 50 kids now learning music. And through that access, we've actually got social workers, psychosocial care for 200 kids in that facility. So music is that channel for us to get in. But, you know, if you end up in a facility like that, society's pretty much written you off. However, you can't really ignore a brass band, can you? No, you can't. Exactly. And so the centre now has a brass band, and they've been able to go out into the community. And in fact, last year, the Day of the African Child, the Kampringisa Juvenile Rehabilitation Centre band led the parade for the Day of the African Child. And so changing public perception about kids through music. So it's not about just creating virtuosos, it's about that inclusion, it's about giving a voice. And what I'd like to do now is, I've talked probably too long, but I want someone else to have a voice tonight. I'm going to introduce you to Philip, who's a young lad who lives in the Bethlehem home. I've known him for about 4 or 5 years now. And he's got a little bit of a message for you, preceded by our lovely patron, Alison Balsam, who has a message for you. So if the tech team could run the film for me, thank you.
I'm Alison Balsam, and I'm a patron of Brass for Africa, the official charity partner for UniBrass. I wanted to send you a message today, firstly to congratulate you all on what I'm sure has been a fantastic day of music making in the competition, but also for your continued support of this amazing charity. Last year I had the opportunity to travel to Uganda and visit some of the programmes and meet some of the young people that Brass for Africa support. So I can tell you firsthand about the positive changes and impact that music education makes to the lives of these young people and these children. The young people that Brass for Africa support have all come from extremely disadvantaged and difficult backgrounds, and so the opportunity to learn and play musical instruments is quite literally life-changing. It brings hope, self-worth, self-belief, and it allows them to flourish as human beings. As brass musicians yourselves, I'm sure you can also appreciate the sense of belonging and support these children experience when they play together in a band. So thank you again for your support. and I wish you the very best of luck with the competition, as I believe the judges will be returning in a few minutes. But I leave you now with a few words from a young man called Philip, who I met when I was in Uganda last year, and he lives in the Bethlehem home on the outskirts of Kampala.
My name is Odra Philip from Congo Democratic Republic. Me to come in Uganda, we run from our country because of wars. We were brought in Uganda with the UNHCR. We lived in a camp called Nachivale. I Philip to become lame. I fell up of the tree and I knocked down my head. I got my backbone broke. That it make all my body to be paralyzed. I came in mission help when I don't have any talent. But when I used to see Pilot Jim coming in the Good Shepherd home, really, I requested Uncle Kalima that really I want to join that group. Even I want to be one of them that who can play something. I cannot cheat. To catch this instrument, really, it has made my mind to think what is coming, what is forward. It has made me to think another step. Now the people outside, even at our school, they don't underlooking us the way they were doing before. Really, someone to think about you, to bring something which you have been not expecting. Really, it is great.
So I just want to echo Alison's words there and say thank you so much, UniBrass. It's a fantastic partnership, young people supporting young people through music. I know they're running short of time, so thanks for your time tonight. And back over to thank you to the UniBrass committee and this man Parky, who's worked so hard to make this such a great event.
I will keep this as brief as I can. Wow, what a year it's been. What a year it's been for UniBrass. Not only have we made our first trip around the country, visiting as many of you as we could, UniBrass is now an independent charity. And so, and on that note, I would like to thank all of the people that have run UniBrass in the past, and many of which have been involved in writing the charity constitution. So thank you to all of those people. We also need to say some UniBrass hellos. We have not one, but not two, but three bands that are here for the first time ever. We have Bristol, Leeds and Nottingham on their debut. So, hello. And that means we had 17 bands compete together today, which we believe is a record. We did have a missing band. Hull, we missed you if you're watching online. We missed you. We hope you're here next year. So this year has also been about forming new relationships. I'm extremely grateful to Besson Instruments, who have made our education programme possible this year with their kind sponsorship. Thank you very much. And their involvement has allowed the Corey players that came today to work with our fantastic workshoppers who did a fantastic concert at lunchtime possible. So well done to everybody that came and took part in the workshop. Can we have a round of applause for them?
In addition, after the results tonight, we have a gala concert for the first time with Jaguar Land Rover and their Day of Brass workshops that have been working all afternoon to produce what I think will be a fantastic concert tonight. I'm certainly looking forward to having a rest and watching. I also need to thank the Warwick Retired Staff Fund, the Warwick University's Vice-Chancellor's Fund and the Warwick Music Centre, all of whom have made significant contributions to making today possible. So thank you to all of those people. Next, I would like to thank all of the organising committee of UniBrass. They have been fantastic. They have worked tirelessly. I think I'm right in saying that I'm going to leave this year with 9 firm friends, lifelong friends. So please give a big round of applause for the UniBrass committee. And they're working so hard that there are still 2 of them backstage. They will hopefully be here in a minute. Right, finally, before I move on to talk about the Unitour and United video, I would just like to give a message to all of you. UniBrass has been the best thing I've ever organised, and it's been that because of all of you. You're the people that make UniBrass matter. I've met several hundred of you by travelling around the country. Several hundred of you have my mobile number and have called me since I've been on stage, so thank you very much. But you have all been kind, friendly, hospitable when I've been trying to sleep on your floor, and a lot of fun. We are the community. We're the future of the brass band movement. 17 of you have organised a band to come into a contest for the first time today. So on that note, and I'm sure they had a lot of help from their committees, so I'd like to give a big round of applause to everybody that's got you here today. So. You are the future. We are the UniBrass committee. Enjoy Drunken Verse tonight. Make lifelong friends and go out and keep banding. I'd now like to draw your attention to the screen because on there we're going to show you a video. This is the video that we made on Unitour. I met 12 of you on my way round. We're now going to see the world premiere of United by Dave Collins, who is joining us on the front row. I'll introduce him in a moment. Without further ado, I give you United and the Unitour. Ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators are here. So, in that case, I'm going to talk for a bit more. I think we need to give one more round of applause to the composer of that piece, Dave Collins. That was fantastic. Now, there's one piece of housekeeping that we need to do with Unitour. And you may have spotted him during that. We had a mascot. His name is Ted. He's sat on the table in the middle. He's guarding the trophy. Now, anybody that's bought a program, hold it in the air. Now, somebody is taking Ted home. Now, if you open up your program to the front page, you'll see a welcome from me. At the bottom, you'll see that there's my signature. If my signature is red, you've won. I mean, is that a real yes? I think that was a fake yes. Here, come and collect Ted. You're not going to believe this, but that's our marketing manager's mother who bought Ted in the first place. Right, without further ado, I would like to ask our adjudicators, Les Neese and Richard Jones, to come and give their comments on the day. Thank you very much. I hope you've had a good day. You can take it out if you want.
Well, what a day. It's been fantastic being here. An excellent experience for me, and it's really shown how young people can play instruments and make really good music. We made a promise, myself and Les, that we'll keep this short because we know what you need the results, and we. Yes? So, I just want to highlight a couple of things that was really that separated the bands today. And there were some fairly obvious things. There's balance issues quite often in a lot of the bands. Some bands we missed the tenor horn section altogether because. I knew that wouldn't be popular. And there was some where intonation between, for example, baritones and tenor horns weren't too good, and it was. Don't worry, it wasn't you. So the main issue was dynamics, and I was here last year, and the same issues were brought up by the people who obviously were doing the adjudication last year. And some bands had put into practice putting the full range of dynamics in, so getting down to a piano, but those bands were very few. We found that even MP, piano MP, and even MF were being played far too loud. Where do you go to when you actually play that mezzo piano at, say, at forte or mezzo forte? There's nowhere to go, and we tended to find the bands got to their big point far too early, and so they didn't have another gear to go up. So my advice would be, when you're coming to this next year, could you just try a little bit more on the dynamic front and take more risks when you're playing piano, because really there wasn't many bands, in fact, probably about 2 that really did take the risks. So I just want to thank you all for participating. I want to thank the organisers as well for being such fantastic people. So I'll pass on to Les now.
Good evening, everybody. I really will keep this very quick so that you can get the results and then head straight to the bar. Don't worry. I'd just like to say it's been absolutely fantastic to be part of this event. I've followed this event for the last few years, and it's wonderful that it's now in its 5th anniversary, and I can see that it's going to have another fantastic 5 years, and it's wonderful to see so many bands here, and you're all a credit to the universities, and I think every band today has played so well and put on a fantastic show. They really have. So well done to everyone that's played today. I pretty much agree with everything Richard said. I really did enjoy today listening to all the soloists that played. I know what it's like to stand up in front of a band, in front of an audience to play a solo, and it's not an easy thing. And I think every soloist did fantastically well today. You really did, to stand up and put on a great show. And actually, for me and Richard, I think it was the first 5 bands we actually had exactly the same positions. It was actually quite easy for us to put the first 5 bands in their placing. So it really is a testament to the high level of playing that took place today. But again, I'd just like to say thank you very much to the organisers. They've done a wonderful job today. To get 17 bands to play and everybody to run on time is absolutely wonderful, and I think we should really give them a round of applause. Thanks again to everybody, and I hope you all have a fantastic evening. Thanks very much.
Thank you both. I hope you've had a great day. Right, few pieces of house information. Sorry, but if I don't tell you now, you won't listen. So, thank you for your continued support. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I've enjoyed it. If you would like to run UniBrass, as of today, we are opening the bidding process for the 2017 contest. So, that means it will be here next year on the 20th of February. Tickets are available now in the box office. At the end of the ceremony, we need to move as quickly as we can towards the gala concert, as we are well over time. After the concert, the bar will be open. If you're wearing a wristband, you get 10% off draft beer. Don't forget that. I hope you enjoy your social. You've earned a celebration, whatever the results. Thank you, UniBrass. Congratulations. Remember, live music is nothing without you. Let's finish with a round of applause for all of you. Good. Right. The prizes. I need to thank the Royal Bengal Restaurant in Earlsden. Very much a favourite of the Warwick Band, who have sponsored all bar one of today's prizes. And finally, I'd like to thank Dave Collins, who's managed to support both Unitour and also sponsor our composition prize, meaning it's become an annual award rather than a biannual award. Thank you, Dave. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dave to come and make today's prize awards.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for a wonderful day of banding. I'm glad I don't have to choose who gets a prize this day. I've been astounded by the quality today. I've also been astounded by the lack of students who can iron shirts and by black socks as well. So I stand here today on behalf of myself and Lewis Wilkinson, who last year won the composition prize at UniBrass 2014 with The Lambton Worm, a programmatic work based upon a Northeast folk story premiered by the University of Durham Band. And I thank UniBrass for the opportunity to be able to write United, which we saw a few minutes earlier, which united all bands despite their geographical location. And it acts as a reminder that we're all united in this pastime and its continued development. A lot's been said about banding and the decline of banding in this country. And today I see 16 bands that are here, committed to the heritage of banding. Awkward. 17 bands. You could tell I wrote this after the pub last night. Right. So there are 17 bands here committed to the heritage of banding, committed to adapting its traditions, being part of creating new traditions to ensure that the medium of the brass band will not slip to not be part of our cultural heritage. I wanted to sponsor the composition prize to allow those with a unique compositional voice to come forward, to encourage voices to be heard and to be given a platform, to encourage young composers to experiment with new ideas and innovate the brass band repertoire. Today we have the conductors of the future, the players of the future, the composers of the future, and we are the brass band future. Thank you all to all the sponsors of UniBrass, and I'd like to now announce the awards of the 2015 UniBrass contest. The prize for the best percussion section goes to the University of Huddersfield. The prize for the best student composition goes to the University of Kiel with Penguin Hop by Jacob Ashworth. The prize for the best student conductor goes to the conductor of the band of the University of Manchester, Jonathan Evans. The prize for the best solo or solo feature today goes to the University of Manchester. The prize for the best march goes to the University of Huddersfield with Jubilee by Paul Drury. The prize for the most entertaining band, this is the band with the highest mark for entertainment, goes to the University of Manchester. So we now reach the final three prizes, the top three prizes of UniBrass 2015. Oh yeah, I missed that one. Sorry, I lie, I missed one. I thought there's an extra one on the table. Apologies. So we have the prize for the most improved band. This year at UniBrass 2015 goes to the University of Lancaster. We now enter our final three prizes, the top three prizes at UniBrass 2015, and a huge number of thank yous. Firstly to the UniBrass Committee, Brass Bands England, Besson, Brass for Africa, the University of Warwick, all our adjudicators, performers, and you for turning up, both here in the hall and worldwide. So this is the top three prizes at UniBrass 2015. In third place, at UniBrass 2015, the University of Durham, conducted by Lewis Wilkinson. In second place at UniBrass 2015 is a band of the University of Huddersfield, conducted by Jonathan Beattie. The first prize at the 2015 UniBrass contest is awarded to the University of Manchester, conducted by Jonathan Evans.
Guys, Can we have photos outside? I'm sorry, we've really got to get the next concert started. Can you do photos out in the foyer? Very sorry, but we're running very late. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much.
The results have just been announced, and in case you missed them, the University of Manchester came first, also picking up the Best Solo and Feature, Best Student Conductor and Most Entertaining Band prizes. Huddersfield was second with Best March and Best Percussion Section. Best Student Composition was won by Keele, and in third place were Durham. Lancaster University won the Most Improved Band prize. This wraps up our coverage of UniBrass 2015. A big thank you to all of the LA1 TV and UniBrass teams, and we'll see you next year at Warwick Arts Centre on February 20th for UniBrass 2016.